A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counter Spy.
Calling David Harding, Counter Spy. Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy.
Harding, Counter Spy. Calling Washington.
United States Counter Spies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counter Spy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. At the end of today's broadcast, you will hear an in-person report from an outstanding undercover counter-espionage agent for the U.S. government, Angela Calamiris. Now, the case of the Pretty Plant.
Made nice time through this New York traffic, Sam. Now wait here, please.
Oh, my.
Good evening, madam. Are you the landlady?
I own the house, but I guess you'd say I'm the landlady.
Well, my name is Peters. My credentials?
Can't see without my glasses. If you'll wait just a minute.
Well, never mind. I'm a United States counter spy.
Mister, you could be the president. I still haven't got a vacancy. Not even the top floor rear, $6 a week bath on the fifth floor sheets changed every week.
I don't want a room, madam. You have a boarder named Scuba. Can you tell me what room he's in?
Oh, Mr. Scuba. Never had a better paying tenant in 22 years. No, 23. Come in.
Thank you.
He's got the second floor parlor front, $12 a week, bath with towels twice a week.
Well, you don't have to go up, madam. If you'll just tell me
Got to
which...
go up to the third floor anyway. Miss Tillinghat's got a leak again. Watch the bottom step. Carpet's torn.
Yes. Well,
Sorry, I've got to go so slow. But my heart's not what it used to be.
No. Yes.
Whew. Landing. Good rule always to take a rest on each landing. Adds years to your life.
Mr. Scuba's room?
This one right here.
Oh.
I'm sure he's in. Funny.
Excuse me. Just a second. Is this John Scuba?
Sure, that's him, only I never would have dreamed he'd go to sleep all dressed and... He's not asleep.
He's dead.
Counter Spy, New York field office.
Hello, Miss Morgan. This is Peters. Mr. Harding get in from Washington yet?
About 5 minutes ago, Mr. Peters. Just a second.
Hello, Peters. Bad news, Mr. Harding. John Scuba's been strangled and the document's not in his room. What do you make of it? Chief, I was in Oklahoma City this afternoon and got your wire to come here, grab the saddle, and meet you. I don't know the case at all. Remain where you are, Peters. I'll hop right over.
And I've questioned the landlady, Chief. She was in her own apartment downstairs all evening.
What about the other boarders?
7 were home. None saw or heard anything. Strangling can be quiet.
Oh. Well, I left word for an examination crew to follow me here. They'll give the whole place a going over. Anything in these drawers here? Shirts?
Underwear and so on. Chief, who is, or rather was, Scuba? What's the missing document?
Well, the tip came through our regular domestic counter-espionage division. Scuba, a courier for a certain communist spy ring, was ready to change sides. Hey, how about this closet here?
Ordinary clothes. He an American?
In the process of becoming a citizen. Obviously, his bosses learned he was going to change sides. Now, the document is supposed to be a list of about 5,000 prominent citizens around the country who might be blackmailed with facts about them.
Blackmail? By spies?
That's an old Nazi stunt. Their agents used to compile blackmail material, real or forged, against prominent people in countries surrounding Germany. They use it to prevent these people from resisting Nazi activity. Same idea here.
only used by communists, and much more efficiently.
If that list gets out of this country, Chief.
We mustn't let it because... What's this?
Little package? I don't know. I haven't touched it.
From Weiner's Drugstore, 1217 Harper Avenue.
Scuba bought some toothpaste, I suppose.
Well, maybe, but on the other hand, this package may tell us exactly who killed Scuba. You wait here for the crew, Peters. I'm taking this right back to the field office for examination.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, darling.
I was 15 minutes late myself, John.
Say, this isn't the table I told Jocko to reserve. I think...
Oh, don't bother. Cozy enough.
You're looking lovely as always, Irene. Cocktail?
I've already had a Gibson.
I'll join you at another. Then canapes?
Pate.
We'll make that two. Then what?
J-Pong?
Filet of sole for me.
What's the matter?
I have a surprise for you. Shall I tell you now?
No, of course.
It's not only a surprise. It's a gift from me to you. How would you like to take a trip to the Azores? By plane, leaving Tuesday, day after tomorrow. Stay there a week and fly back.
John, it's wonderful. Traveling's my favorite thing.
I was sure you'd like it. I've already booked a flight for you. My Aunt Stella will put you up. You met her in New York last winter, you remember?
Oh, perfectly. Well, she has a large villa in the Azores, hasn't she?
On a hilltop overlooking the water. And I'll give you something to take to her. Gift for her, too.
Oh, good. She's going to have a virtual stranger for a guest. The guest can at least bring a gift.
I have it in my pocket. I'll give it to you later.
Jewelry? Now, don't get me in trouble with the customs anywhere, John.
No, it's a list.
A list? How dull.
Well, Aunt Stella's active in various international relief organizations. This is a list of people all over the states who might contribute. I got it up for her.
Oh, Doug, did you pick up my perfume at Weiner's Drugstore? Well, don't. What's the...
Yes, I did, Irene, but I'm afraid I forgot it somewhere.
Oh, Doug, what a stupid thing to do.
Yes, I know.
Well, we can go by later and pick it up. Remember where...
No. Well, I imagine the place will be closed. I'll get some really good perfume somewhere else tomorrow.
But, Doug, I can't use a regular commercial brand. Weiner's been making this hyacinth blend for me for a long time.
Irene, this is very important. I want you never to go to Weiner's again. If you're ever asked, you must deny that I picked up that package for you today.
I better know why, Doug.
Because I've made a serious mistake. If it's ever found out, I won't be able...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
This is Miss Irene Storm.
Yes.
And you are Mr. Irving Duncan?
Who are you?
I'm a United States counter spy. You're both under arrest. Several of my men are scattered among the other patrons. Will you come with me, please? We have arrived. Will you both get out?
Dunk, what is it?
You better go.
Straight ahead to the house.
House way off by itself. A funny place for counter spies to operate.
We pick our basis of operation to suit the case, Miss Storm. Just a moment. Come in. This way, Miss Storm, please. Wait in there, please. Don't try to leave. The house is thoroughly guarded. Thank you. Now, if you'll step into the living room with me, Mr. Duncan. Now, first, Mr. Duncan, the document you're carrying in your inside jacket pocket. Let me have it.
Very well.
Thank you. The murder of Scuba was well done, Mr. Duncan.
I never heard of anybody named Scuba.
You would never have been detected except that I was in the next room, the vacant one. I left a moment after you did.
I deny everything. I demand my constitutional rights. I insist upon being allowed to phone my attorney.
That's very good, Mr. Duncan.
What?
Look at this ring on my finger. Notice the pattern of tiny scratches? You understand?
Valviki. You. I didn't know you were even in this country.
This list is important. I had to be sure my orders to liquidate Scuba were carried out correctly. I am satisfied. As far as you are concerned, did everything go well?
Yes, perfectly. As to the list, Irene Storm is ready to leave the day after tomorrow.
I wonder if you confused beauty with reliability.
Beauty was...
I didn't pose as a counter-spy this evening to amuse myself, Duncan. I'm afraid your Irene Storm is a real counter-spy agent.
Mr. Harding?
Come in, Peter.
I left the crew working at the boarding house, Chief. Looks like a dead end. How about that little package?
Take a whiff of this bottle.
Smells expensive.
Now, here's some litmus paper. Pour a little on.
Turns blue.
Because this perfume contains a special coloring agent.
Put in by Weiner? Why?
Weiner's is a famous old-style drugstore, Peters. He makes up special perfumes for a few favored customers. Of course, anybody might buy perfume there, so... at first, I wasn't sure what finding this package in Scuba's room meant. But this color test, which is prearranged between us and Weiner's, proves it was made for a certain person. It's a means of identification, and has several uses.
You mean a woman you know bought it and left it in Scuba's room?
That's what I'm not sure of. Now, flip that light switch, will you, Peter? I want to show you a sound film clip taken earlier today. That's Weiner's drugstore. Empty at the moment.
Strictly 1890.
Yes, no fountain, no chromium, just prescriptions. Now, these films were taken from a closet in a back room at Weiner's. The camera covers the prescription counter, and as you see, the 2 chairs for customers while orders are made up in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Now.
Good afternoon, sir.
That's old man Weiner.
Good afternoon.
Can I help you, sir?
You have a package from Miss Irene Storm. She asked me to pick it up for her.
Oh, yes, sir. The hyacinth perfume. It's right here.
How much is it?
I send Miss Storm a monthly bill, sir.
Oh, will you wrap the bottle, please?
Just take a seat for a moment, sir. I'll be right back.
Yes.
That's the man who liquidated Scuba, Peters. Irving Duncan poses as a travel agent. Unfortunately, according to the report I just received, he eluded surveillance tonight.
He's the one who left the package in that room by mistake.
I'm sure it was a mistake because he must realize by now it can be traced to Weiner's, from Weiner's to Irene Storm, and Irene Storm might give him away.
Unless she's in the ring, too.
She is.
Here you are, sir. The package for Miss Storm.
Thank you.
Good day.
Good day.
Now, that's all.
Chief, the coloring agent is put only into perfume made for this Irene Storm as identification, you said.
And as an excuse to go to Weiner's, or to expose certain individuals to our observation post.
And Irene Storm is...
Of course. She's a counter-spy.
You are listening to the case of the Pretty Plant on Counter-Spy. And later you will meet in person one of our government's most daring counter-espionage agents, Angela Calamiris. For your Christmas Eve listening pleasure, there's another hour-and-a-half broadcast of NBC's Sunday extravaganza, The Big Show, later today over most of these NBC stations. The glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead will preside as usual, and her stars include Jimmy Durante, Ed Wynn, Charles Boyer, Margaret O'Brien, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. There's another outstanding production by Theatre Guild on the air today also. It's Charles Dickens' classic David Copperfield, and Boris Karloff stars as the grasping Uriah Heep. The immortal pages of Dickens come to life later on Theatre Guild on the air. Now, back to Counter Spy.
Now, Miss Storm, I hope you weren't bored waiting.
Bored? Hardly. Angry? Quite. I demand to know why I'm being held.
Duncan can't hear us, Miss Storm. Have you seen Mr. Harding lately? Or Peters?
Who?
Our chiefs in the counter-spies.
I don't know them, and I don't know you. I'm a nightclub singer. Except I'm not working now. I'm a friend of Irving Duncan's. We see a lot of each other, but that's all.
Miss Storm, Mr. Harding told me to say that you can speak frankly about your observations of the Duncan group.
The what?
Irving Duncan heads a group of ruthless spies in this country. Enemies of this country. You know that, since it's your job as a counter-spy to report on them. Mr. Harding's very pleased with your report.
You've got me mixed up with somebody else. I'm Irene Storm, nightclub singer, period.
Duncan has just admitted that he's sending you to the Azores by plane on Tuesday, carrying an important paper.
Oh. Well, that's true.
I see.
He's making me a present of the trip. I have no objection to taking expensive presents from a good friend like Mr. Duncan. And the document? It's only a list of people who might give money to relief organizations or something.
You're stubborn, Miss Storm.
There is no door in the curtain of steel.
What? Excuse me a moment. Duncan, come in.
Yes.
I like your friend, Irene Storm, Duncan. I don't think she believed for a moment that I'm a counter spy.
I did at first, until I said...
Careful, Miss Storm.
Don't worry. You couldn't control your facial expression, Mr.
Valviki.
You recognized it as the code statement of Echelon 2. A higher echelon than you and Duncan. Are we through with all this now?
Of course. I'm anxious to see you take off on Tuesday with that list. Here it is.
Thanks. Well, I have some shopping to do tomorrow, including perfume.
Irene, I promised to get some for you.
Leave that to me, Dunk. Unless Mr. Valviki would like to help me with my shopping.
Delighted, Miss Storm. Now, how about a drink or two to celebrate tomorrow?
Winer's Drugstore. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Warner. This is Irene Store. I find I need 2 more bottles of Hyacinth perfume. Could you have them ready for me by 4 this afternoon?
Let's see.
Well, I'm taking the morning plane to the Azores.
Well, in that case, Miss Storm, 4 o'clock this afternoon.
It's kind of a small space, Peters, but we can both squeeze in here.
The camera works automatically, huh?
It's controlled from upstairs. Men are on duty during all hours. The drugstore's open. Now, take a look through the one-way viewer here.
It's the same view as the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Counter, customers' chairs. Chief, suppose Irene Storm brings Duncan with her. Do you want to grab him?
No. Grabbing him might alert other group members. We don't know. Wait, hold it.
And then I told Dunk when he took me home last night, not another drink. I've had enough.
She's right on time.
That's not Duncan with her.
A new man.
Is your perfume ready, Miss Storm?
Well, it ought to be.
Hello, Miss Storm.
Hello, Mr. Weiner. My Hyacinth ready?
Please sit down. I'll be right back.
Oh, sit down here, Mr. Valviki.
Valviki.
You know him, Dad?
Top man of their Western Hemisphere Bureau. How did he get into the country?
You know, women never cease to amaze me, Miss Storm. Going to all this trouble for a few drops of perfume.
There's a whip on his handkerchief. Don't you like it?
Betcha I'd like it.
Mind on the case, Peters. You can see why she's an effective agent.
That's a lovely house you have, Mr. Valviki. I've never been on Random Road before.
In the future, I hope you will see it again.
House on Random Road, Peters.
Got it.
Miss Storm?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Weiner. On the bill?
Of course.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Weiner, has anyone unusual been asking here about me?
No, Miss Storm. Nobody at all.
Oh, thanks again. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bright girl getting Valviki in here.
Apparently he doesn't know that Duncan left that bottle in Scuba's room or he wouldn't have come.
Well, Irene must have some angle on that. She asked Weiner if anybody'd been looking for her, and Valviki gave her a look of sudden suspicion. She's got some plan on foot. Let's go.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Oh, yes, Dunk.
I just had a call from our friend. He wants us both to come out to his house again this evening. He's very anxious.
Good. I'm very anxious to see him again, Dunk. Pick me up here about 8 or so?
Your highball, Miss Storm?
Thanks.
Yours, Duncan?
Yes, thanks.
You are packed to leave, Miss Storm.
I finished up after you took me home this afternoon.
The list?
Quite safe.
Miss Storm, I've been puzzling over something you said in that drugstore.
What did I say?
You asked if anyone unusual had inquired after you. You're too clever to say things idly. Who specifically might be inquiring after you?
Well, Vicky, I don't see any point in
I
all
thought
this.
the police might have come to Weiner's.
Why?
Irene.
Because yesterday afternoon, Dunk picked up a bottle of perfume for me there and forgot it somewhere else. And I'm afraid in Scuba's room.
Yeah. And, of course, it could be traced. Duncan, I asked you if you'd left any loose ends. Why did you conceal this?
I wasn't sure I left it there. Probably I didn't. Nothing's come of it. Irene, I asked you to protect me.
A loose end like that is dangerous and has to be tested, and I wanted Valviki to know.
You could have simply told me, Miss Storm. It was a risk to go back to Weiner's. For you and for me.
The list is the main thing. I didn't risk that.
Yes, quite right. Even so,
Oh.
Valviki, you fired those shots.
From my pocket. Duncan was too careless. He had to be disposed of. Now we have no loose ends. I'll hide him in the cellar. You take off tomorrow. I go tonight.
Valviki?
I expect no one.
Neighbors? Police?
Maybe we were traced from Weiner's after all. You have the list at home. Go get it. Keep it safe, whatever you do. Leave by the back door. I'll cover you.
You'll be taken, Valviki. Maybe killed.
I'm always ready for that.
No. There's still one more thing for you to do. I order you to come with me.
Very well. Maybe we can both make it the back way.
Come on.
Here's Duncan.
Yeah. Dead.
The girl and Valviki are gone. Maybe the back way.
Hold it, Peter. I don't want Valviki caught just yet.
What?
Not just yet. Get on our car radio. Warn Edwards and Samuels not to grab those two. Only tail them.
Don't take me right to my apartment, Valviki. Better let me out here.
But I'm sure we were traced through Weiner's drugstore. Counter spies may be at your apartment now.
Give me a little credit, Valviki. I've removed everything dangerous from there. I'll be able to take off safely tomorrow morning.
I hope you're right.
There's one thing you've got to do at once. Communicate with headquarters overseas that I'm on my way to the Azores. Confirm my arrival.
Yes, all right. I have a transmitter in a warehouse.
Goodbye, Valviki. I'll probably never see you again.
Goodbye. And good luck.
Dave.
Yeah?
There's a faint light in that far corner of the warehouse.
Yeah, come on.
And this is R24 in New York. An urgent message, Mexico, for transmission at once to overseas about Agent T-171.
It's Valviki, Dave, at a short-wave sender.
Reporting about Irene Storm.
Let's grab him.
No, wait. Let him report. Then Irene Storm can still work safely in that spy ring.
Listen, Mexico. Report to overseas. T-171 has the list. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., New York time, she will fly to the Azores. Tell Aunt Stella, T-171 is absolutely reliable. This is R24 cutting out.
All right, Peter, now.
All right, Valviki, United States counter spies. You're under arrest.
Why? Under arrest?
Peter, take a look at that transmitter.
Right.
Valviki, we're taking you in on suspicion of being a communist spy. What message did you send on this radio?
Message? Where? To whom?
Valviki, your spying days are over. Peter's calling a mobile squad. Take this place over. And Valviki, too. This is David Harding. In the case we've just presented, your counterspies were, of course, trained, experienced agents. But sometimes your government, in its fight against those who want to destroy it, calls upon average citizens. One such citizen is here now, at your counterspy microphone. She is Angela Calomaris, who, after a long period of posing as a communist, recently revealed her experiences in her best-selling book published by the J.B. Lippincott Company, titled Red Masquerade. Now, here in person, is Angela Calomaris.
8 years ago, I was a photographer in New York with no idea except to get ahead in my profession. For the next 7 years, I posed as a communist. I pretended to believe fanatically in the brutal, dishonest, anti-democratic cause of communism. And all that time, I reported communist activities regularly to the FBI. Why was I chosen for this unpleasant work? I was single. I came from an average family. and believed absolutely in our American democratic way of life. But I seemed to be typical communist material. It was important to know how communists worked, how they piped their vicious ideas into the ordinary stream of American life. So, at the request of the FBI, I became a member of the Communist Party. Discipline is iron. There is a pretense of democratic procedure, but actually everything happens in slavish obedience to whatever the Soviet Union wants. Under orders as a communist, I helped prolong strikes. I participated in demonstrations in Washington. I helped defeat the first anti-subversive action by Congress, the Munt-Nixon bill. In 1947, I participated in a national survey which resulted in a detailed blueprint for sabotage. In 1948, I helped reorganize the Communist Party in line with this blueprint. I helped promote communist and pro-communist candidates in elections. I raised funds, and with every other party member and fellow traveler, I gave at least 2 weeks' pay to 2 or 3 fund drives a year. And I personally met thousands of communists. I joined at least a dozen front organizations and 1 communist-dominated union. And all that time, I reported to the FBI. I reported in person, in meetings carefully arranged and camouflaged, by phone, always followed by written reports. The danger of exposure was always with me, but I was never exposed until I went into court last year to testify for the government as a surprise witness in the trial of the 11 Communist Party leaders. What did my work accomplish? On still one more front, I was able to show how communists, wrapping themselves in the American flag, work only for a system that wants to destroy everything our country stands for. The Communist Party is still a dangerous underground network. Communists are in every walk of life. Our country has never faced such a vicious threat. It is up to you, individual citizens, to combat communism wherever you find it. Communists mean business. I hope you do, too.
Thank you, Miss Calamiris. And good luck with your book, Red Masquerade. Through the efforts of patriotic citizens like yourself and trained government agents, the activities of subversive groups will be constantly under surveillance, so that free men will continue to remain free.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counter Spy. Listen next week for the exciting case of the kleptomaniac Clues.
When certain papers, invaluable to the nation's mobilization plans, were reported missing, your counter spies subtracted a teakwood figure from a whatnot shop and found it added up to murder. To learn how this crime, multiplied by intrigue and divided by espionage, resulted in one of the strangest cases in counter spy history, listen next week to
Case of the Kleptomaniac Clues on Counter Spy. Tonight's Counter Spy program, originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Paul R. Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counter Spy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
We present now a special transcribed Christmas message from the President of the United States to the American people.
My fellow countrymen, all over our country and in many other parts of the world, men, women, and children are preparing to celebrate the birthday of Christ. Never before in our lives has a Christmas seemed so important. I'm not thinking of turkey dinners and stacks of gifts. I mean the quiet, reverent celebration of faith, hope, and love, born in a manger in Bethlehem. Across all the continents of this world, peace-loving people today feel apprehension and loneliness and fear. Many have forgotten the humble surroundings of the Nativity and how, from a straw-littered stable, shone a light which for nearly 20 centuries has given men strength, comfort, and peace of mind. At this Christmas time, we should renew our faith in God. We celebrate the hour in which God came to man, it is fitting that we should turn to Him. Many of us are fortunate enough to celebrate Christmas at our own fireside. But there are many others who are away from their homes and loved ones on this day. Thousands of our boys are on the cold and dreary battlefield of Korea. But all of us, at home, at war, wherever we may be, are within reach of God's love and power. We can all pray. All of us should pray. We should ask the fulfillment of God's will. We should ask for courage, for wisdom, for the quietness of soul which comes alone to them who place their lives in His hands. We should pray for a peace which is based on righteousness. The nation already is in the midst of a crusade of prayer. On the last Sunday of the old year, there will be special services devoted to a revival of faith in God. I call upon all of you to enlist in this common cause. I call upon you no matter what your spiritual allegiance may be. We're all joined in the fight against the tyranny of communism. Communism is godless. Democracy is the foundation of faith. Faith in oneself, faith in one's neighbors, faith in God. Democracy's most powerful weapon is not a gun, a tank, or a bomb. It is faith. Faith in the brotherhood and dignity of man under God. Let us pray at this Christmas time for the wisdom, the humility, and the courage to carry on in this faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard President Truman's Christmas message to the American people. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In answer to many thousands of requests from its listeners, the National Broadcasting Company is happy to bring you Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future
Dimension
This is a story of Riesling, the singer of the spaceways. You've probably sung his songs in school, in English, French, or German. The language doesn't matter, but it was an earth tongue. But the real story of Riesling is not found in the footnotes of a scholar's critique or a publisher's biography. It is in the memories of the old-time spacemen, the pioneers who pushed the thundering old-fashioned rockets to the far, strange ports that are our commonplace heritage. These men know the true story of Riesling.
The arching sky is calling spacemen back to their trade. All hands stand by, free falling, and the lights below us fade. Outride the sons of terror, far drives the thundering jet, up leaps the race of earthmen, out far and onward yet.
When I first met Riesling, he was hustling drinks in the Twin Moons Bar at Drywater, Mars. He'd won a guitar off a Chinese barkeep at Luna City by cheating at one thumb, and he made his whiskey by singing in the bar and passing the hat.
Listen to her, Hudson. Don't she strum pretty? Like a 16-year-old gal.
Hey, how much you collect on that last song?
$3, Martian, and a slug. Al grabbed it from my bill. He don't trust me no more. Funny, never did have no luck with hound dogs and a Martian barkeep.
Hey, Riesling, look over there by the bar. There's an Institute 4 striper giving it the eye. Know him?
Captain Hicks off the Goshawk.
He's sure giving you the once-over.
Maybe he's got a job. They don't make never no mind to me. I've been blacklisted. Hicks logged me for making up a song on watch. Right fine song, too.
Hold it. Here comes the brass arm.
Riesling, I've been looking for you.
I've been right here, Skipper. You saw to that.
I need a jetman on the Goshawk.
Interesting. Real interesting.
Well?
I got news for you, Skipper. You blacklisted me, remember?
Well, you've kept your nose clean, and we need an experienced man.
changing down aft in the Goshawk, ain't there, Skipper?
How'd you know that?
You got that new atomic pile drive. Last 3 of them tea kettles blew somewhere in the asteroids.
Look, it's double pay, but if you're scared...
Scared? Listen, fella. For double pay, I'd jump off the top of the Harriman Tower if you allowed me rubber heels for the landing.
All right, then. You show up tonight to sign the book. Sober.
Got no choice, Skipper. Money and me is total strangers.
We lift at 11:30 Mars time. Sober, you understand, Riesling?
You taking the job?
Well, that Goshawk is one stinking old tub. Her engine's got more bugs than a beagle dog in spring. And that new drive is about as safe as a pretty gal in the ozone. But I reckon she'll do for one more trip.
Welcome home, Riesling.
Hi, Jimmy Legs. Meet my friend Hersholt. He's signing on as a wiper. This here's Jimmy Legs Casey. He's bosun. Can't hold his liquor no more than a sieve, poor boy.
Casey?
Riesling, you sober enough to sign the book?
Drunk or sober, I'll make my mark. Stand aside.
3 X's?
It took me a middle name.
Yeah, you 2 lay below. And Hertzman.
Aye, sir.
Get him sobered up before the skipper makes rounds.
Jimmy Legs, I'm sober as a hanging judge.
Yeah? Well, you can leave that bottle here.
What bottle?
The one in your back pocket. Oh, glass buttons, maybe, huh? Give it here.
Jimmy Legs, I swear I'm going to write a song about you.
Go ahead, threaten me. Now get below. We raise ship in 30 minutes.
Hi, Skipper.
Riesling, what the devil are you doing up here on the bridge without permission?
Figured I'd take a little stroll.
Riesling, get below before
I
I have...
Hold on, Skipper. You'll have that gold braid just crawling up your arm. I'm up here on business.
Well?
That number 2 jet ain't fit. Cadmium dampers are warped.
Why tell me? Tell the chief engineer.
I did. He says they'll hold.
Well?
He's wrong.
He's wrong. He's got a Harriman Institute degree in power electronics. And some drunk space rat says he's wrong.
Skipper, I was damping jets when that shirt-tailed tad wore pins for buttons.
I've got no time for you, Riesling. Casey, sound takeoff.
Aye, sir.
I'm telling you, Skipper, that number 2 jet's gonna blow. Dampers warp crooked like a turtle's back.
Riesling, drag your deadhead out of here. Get below.
Go ahead from control tower, Captain.
All right, Casey. Fire 1 and 4.
Blast for 3 watches before going into free flight. Riesling and I had the second watch. Damping was done by hand in those days with a multiplying vernier and a danger peeper. And as long as the peeper ticked off slow and steady, we knew the ship was safe. For a while.
Hey, Riesling, you better stow that guitar. If Jimmy Legs catches it, he'll blow a gasket.
Don't worry, I can damp this tea kettle in my sleep.
How's number 2?
All right, so far. Did you ever hear that song about Hicks, the one that got me blacklisted?
Oh, the skipper is the father of his crew, a gentle guiding light to me and you. But on Mars he likes his women if they walk or if they're swimming, or if they've got 6 arms instead of 2.
Hey, the second verse is better.
Now the skipper likes his liquor by the quart. Yes, he'd go from Mars to Venus for a snort. He'll drink rocket fuel and...
Hell, hi, Skip. Didn't see you come in.
You were too busy, eh? Who's watching the gauge?
I got an eye on it. Don't you fret none.
Riesling, I'm going to fix it so you can't get a berth on a rocket-powered pogo stick. Report to Casey under arrest.
I don't rightly think I will.
You what?
You kind of forget, Skipper. According to Space Code, you can't remove a jetman till the end of the watch, right?
Now, look, you corn-fed space lawyer.
Now, is that a rule or ain't it?
Riesling, your shift is over at 2300. And I'll see you ride the rest of the way in slot locker.
Maybe. In the meantime, you clear out of my power room. I gotta make me up a 3rd verse for my song.
Power room. Number 2, appoint. Number 2, all right.
Hey, let me have that mic. Jimmy Legs, is that forced dry boil up there?
Give me that, Casey. Riesling, I've taken just about enough from you.
And I've got a little news for you, Skipper. Number 2 jet is bulging like a fat lady in a satin skirt.
Listen, you clown, don't you?
Skipper, I think I'm going to junk my song and start over. I could do much better on you.
This is the last time, Riesling. That's number 2, appoint.
Sure. Look out, Richard. I'll take it. You watch the gauge. Now. I need to hear. She's bucking a little. Riesling, hit the emergency. She won't. Damn! It's that force. There go the lights. Riesling, lay down behind the baffle. I've got to take a look. It's radioactive. Look out. I've got to piece the hot stuff out of the tube.
What's going on down there?
Shut up, Jimmy Legs. I'm busy. She's tight now.
What happened?
Number 2 blew, you lunk-headed space rat.
You all right?
A little sunburned. The lights are gone. What's the matter with the emergency circuits?
Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, get some lights down here. It's dark. Get the emergency light on.
They're on, Riesling. They went on after the blast. The lights are on.
What are you talking about? Jimmy Legs. Jimmy Legs, turn on the lights. It's dark. Turn on the lights.
That blue radioactive glow from the jets was the last thing Riesling ever saw. His optic nerve was burned out in an instant. He was in sick bay on the rest of the trip, and on the swing back, we set Riesling down at dry water Mars. Look out for the cable, Riesling.
Thanks, Hersholt.
Hey, Riesling.
That you, Jimmy Legs?
Hold up a minute, will you? Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, I promised I'd write a song about you, didn't I?
Sure, Riesling, sure.
Can't seem to sing like I used to.
Look, Riesling, the men up on the bridge feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah? Why didn't they think of that when Riesling told them that damper was shot?
Now, Hertzman, that's all over.
Sure. That's all forgotten. Riesling, let's get out of the Twin Moons before I vomit.
Now, hold it. The skipper feels pretty bad about the whole thing, Riesling.
Kind of late for that, Jimmy Legs. Feeling sorry don't hold no corn.
The boys passed the hat. The skipper kicked in half a month's pay.
Did he now? And on principle, I suppose I ought to tell him to stuff it back up the jets. But you can't buy no drinking whiskey on principle. I'll take it.
Here you are. I'll get it. Here. I'll be seeing you, Riesling.
Sure, Jimmy Lee. Sure. Come on, Hertzman. Let's get that drink.
That was all. Just another space bum who didn't have the good sense to finish before his luck ran out. Well, Riesling holed up at the Twin Moons till his money was gone. Then he hooked a ride on a crawler over to Marsopolis. It was a boom town then, with an industrial district mushrooming between the Lesser and Grand Canals. I ran into Riesling about 2 months later, playing his guitar on a jetty that ran out into the canal. He had a dirty rag tied over his eyes with a jetman's knot, and his hat was on the wharf beside him.
Riesling! Who's that? Wait a minute. Hertzman.
Yeah, how you been?
Passable. Say, is this a Venusian dime?
No, it's a slug.
I figured.
Well, how's it going? Singing again?
Some. Working saloons, mostly. But I've been thinking some funny songs, Hertzman. The words come out different than they used to. Come on along the canal with me.
Sure. Here, take my arm.
I know the way. That's a funny thing, Hertzman. I figure I know it better than other folks. Look back there, towards the city. What do you see?
Factory towers. Smell them from here.
But it don't seem that way to me. I remember them old buildings, old before Bible times on earth. Thin and graceful like the fairy palaces my Grammy used to tell about down home in the hills.
They've torn them down now. or else blocks them up with cinder bricks.
Hertzman, when I stand out here on the canal, I can see it the way it used to be. The water, ice blue with the stars shining up out of it. Way off there, the city with the towers sweeping up like a bird flying off a tree. I can see it.
It's the dirtiest stinkhole in the system.
Not always. Depends on how you see it.
Bone tie the race that raised the towers, forgotten are their lores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath this icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die.
You make that up? Why don't you go home, Riesling?
Home? Earth. I've been thinking about that, Hertzman. When I was a youngster down in the Ozarks, I used to climb a big old oak tree my daddy had in the dooryard. You could see the hills for miles, green and cool. I've been thinking about that.
Why don't you go back then?
I couldn't see them hills no more now. I couldn't stand to see black when I knew they was lying all around me cool and green in the sun. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to town, Hertzman. Today I made $3.50 mush, and I'm all set to drink it down before dawn. Come on!
I lost track of Riesling after that. I shipped out on a slow freight of the Condor class for Luna, and he hitchhiked to ride to Venusburg on an ore ship in the Tri-Planet run. So he beat around the system, Venusburg to Layport to Drywater to New Shanghai and back. Any spaceport was his home, and no skipper had refused to lift the extra mass of Riesling and his battered guitar. He made up his songs, sitting out watches down in the power rooms with old shipmates, while the monotonous beat of the jets shook the hull plates.
Hear the jets, hear the jets, hear them snarl at your back when you're stretched on the rack. Hear the jets, feel the pain in your ship, feel the strain in your grip. Hear the jets, feel her rise, feel her drive, strands steel come alive on her jets.
Little by little, his songs began to travel along the spaceways ahead of him. Raw spaceman songs with titles like Since the Pusher Met My Cousin and The Space is Built for Two. But more and more, we began to hear a different kind of song. Strange, sad songs, the ones you find printed in the centennial editions. Dark Star Passing, Death Song of a Woods Cove. And then, finally, The Green Hills of Earth. It grew for 20 years, that song. They say it started way back when Riesling was down in the labor camps on Venus, singing for the indentured men.
Now, if someone will kindly pass a bottle. It is not much, Riesling. Here, it'll do. What is that stuff?
Tequila. You cannot make him good here on Venus.
What do you use?
Carac bush. Home it is different.
Where are you from, son?
Tasco, Mexico.
That's a long way from here.
See, a long way.
How'd you come to sign on?
The man comes out to the village from the city in the shining automobile. Very big. He says there is work. You signed the paper for 10 years and you work. Yeah, work. There is work here, all right. 10 stinking hours in the jungle with machete. I tell you, when I get home to Earth...
What'll you do, son?
What is the use? We aren't getting home. You know how many men die out there in the swamp today? 10 men. 10! What is the use? My mother, she's dead. My father don't care.
A girl?
Oh, she says she wait. I don't know.
Sure, son.
You sing some more, Riesling. We drink, you sing.
Maybe a new song, son. We rot in the molds of Venus. We regurgitated bread. Foul are her flooded jungles, a-crawling with unclean dead. Let the...
What is the matter? Finish the song, Riesling.
I can't. Can't yet. It just don't come. I'll finish it when I go home. That's it. When I go home to the hills. Now pass that bottle. The dawn whistle don't blow for 4 hours.
That's where the Green Hill started. And I was there when it was finished. It was 20 years after that. And there wasn't a man flying or on the beach hadn't heard of Riesling and his songs. He was getting old now for a spaceman. He was a familiar figure through the whole system. Tall, gaunt, and with that dirty bandage tied across his blind eyes. I was chief jetman then on the old Falcon. We were cradled at Venus Ellis Isle, scheduled for a direct jump to Great Lakes, Illinois, on Earth. I was second in dunnage when Riesling felt his way up the gangway and came through the lock. Riesling!
Who's that?
Mike Hertzman.
Hertzman.
Well, what are you doing on this old hog?
I figured I'd ride her back to Earth.
Earth? Are you going home, Riesling? I thought you were never going to make that run.
I've been hankering to set foot in the Ozarks again.
How about those hills?
I've been singing about them so long now, Hertzman. I got to finish the song. I got to set foot in the dooryard and hear the wind through that oak tree. About the last thing I'll be doing. I got to get home before it...
Riesling, there's a new company policy.
You see, Hertzman, I'm getting just a little old.
But Riesling, listen. No more deadhead rides. The new code book is in force.
Oh, I seen code books come and go.
The skipper's one of them youngsters fresh out of Harriman Institute cadet training. He's liable to throw the book at you.
At me? I've been around space as long as Halley's Comet and Brewster's Ridge. I'm going back to Earth, the cool green hills of Earth. I'm going home.
All secured, Hertzman. What are you doing here?
That's Riesling, Captain.
Riesling, huh?
I'm dragging it back to Earth, Captain.
Not in this ship. Hertzman, have this man removed.
Funny thing, Captain, I sprained my shoulder suddenly.
Look, Skipper, you're a youngster. You're pretty new out here. I'm going home. You don't know what that means to an old man, going home.
I can't take you. Against the Harriman Code.
Oh, now look, Skipper. You can slide me by under the distressed spaceman's clause in that code book.
Distressed spaceman, my eye. You've been bumming around the system for 30 years.
Skipper, you make me do something I never done for no one before. I'm an old man. An old blind man, and I want to go home. I ain't never crawled in front of a four-striper in my life, but you gotta let me drag home. The law says a man's got a trip coming to him. You can stretch for a poor old blind man, now can't you? You got it, Skipper.
All right, you old space rat. But keep out of the way. I run an efficient ship, and I don't want any trouble.
No, sir, no trouble. I'll just lay down to the power room. I kind of like to be near the jets when they blast off. For Earth.
Sit down, Riesling. Take a load off your feet.
Thanks, man.
Stand by for lift. Stand by.
Best seat in the system. Power room and an old Hawk glass ship.
Power room, fire 3.
I see.
The cool green hills of Earth.
Still singing that, Riesling?
Oh, some. I changed her a little. Gonna finish her now, man. Going home to finish her.
Yeah. Have you seen those new automatic dampers, Riesling? Don't have to do nothing but sit and watch.
Where's the peeper?
Turned off. She's all automatic.
You have it soft nowadays. When I was twisting her tail, you had to stay awake. You got an old hand damping plates on?
All but the links. I unshipped them. They cover up the dials.
You might need them.
No, the automatics handle everything. Well, you're finally going home, Riesling, huh? Won't seem the same out past the moon.
I've been waiting for this a long time, man. Gonna be good to get home, I reckon.
The argent sky is calling spacemen back.
Mac, you all right? I got the emergency. Where are the leaks? Mac, you ought to be on the wall here somewhere. I got it.
Power room, what's the alarm? Emergency squad coming in.
Stay out. The place is hot. Radiation blast.
Stay behind the baffle.
I got the link shift. I can hand hammer now.
What's going on in there?
I'm still in jet 3.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Riesling on watch.
Riesling, get out of there. You'll kill yourself.
Don't worry, Skipper. I know this power room like the inside of my shirt. Somebody's got a damper.
Riesling, I'm sending in a crew.
No use. The whole room will be hot for an hour and the other jets won't hold. Skipper, throw on the recording tape.
What?
Throw on the recording tape. I want to get something down.
Tape's on, Riesling. Stop it, Riesling. The radiation will burn you down.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, pretty sharp sunburn. Pick me out of here with tongs and bury me in a lead shield coffin. Okay, Skipper. She's clean. Radiation's getting brighter. I can almost see it. Bright, rosy like the sun. Like the sun over the hills down home. I got my song figured right now. Here it comes.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies of the cool green hills of earth.
I can see him now. The hills. The sun. I can see the sun.
That's the way he died. Riesling, the blind singer of the spaceways, singing of the home he never reached, the cool green hills of Earth.
Next week, we bring you another story many of you have requested that we repeat. It's the strange tale of man's first visit to another planet and why he decides that Mars is heaven.
Be with us at this same time next week for another adventure into the unknown world of Dimension X. This program was transcribed. Now, dynamic Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show on NBC.
To the men and women in service all over the world on this Christmas Eve, through the cooperation of the Associated Services of the Armed Forces, you are about to be entertained by some of the biggest names in show business. For the next hour and 30 minutes, this program will present in person such bright stars as
Jimmy Durante, Bert Law, Robert Merrill,
Margaret O'Brien, Edith Piaf, Fran Warren,
Ed Wynn,
Meredith Wilson.
And my name, darlings, is Tallulah Bankhead.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Big Show. The Big Show. 90 minutes with the most scintillating personalities in the entertainment world. Brought to you this Sunday and every Sunday at the same time as the Sunday feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And here is your hostess, the glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead.
A safe and Merry Christmas, darlings, to all our armed forces, wherever you may be, and you here at home. I hope all your stockings are hung, and that you find in them all the things you've wished for. I know what I'm going to find in mine, a run. I always do on this show. But when I heard that one of our guests today was to be Margaret O'Brien, I decided to make it my business to see that this child has a Merry Christmas away from her home. After all, it's only a few years since I was a child. Those darling writers. They'll stop at nothing for a Christmas present. And that's exactly what they're getting. But to make sure little Margaret has a wonderful Christmas, I invited three of the theater's greatest clowns, Jimmy Durante, Bert Lahr, and Ed Wynn.
Hello.
Hello, Ed. Jimmy, Bert. Hello, Bert. Ed, Jimmy. Hello, Jimmy. Bert, Ed. Well, now that I've given you all equal bidding, we can get down to our problem. We've got to arrange a wonderful Christmas party for this little girl. Anybody have an idea of what to give?
I got an idea, too. Something that's very popular this time of the year.
Oh, really, darling? What is it, Bert?
How about giving her a Christmas present?
Now, isn't that brilliant?
Came to me in a flash.
Anybody else have any flashes? How about you, Jimmy?
I know what we could get her. I once got something nice for Christmas, a bed jacket.
You a bed jacket?
What's the matter with that? My bed always wears a jacket. We dress to sleep.
Well, for all the help you are, you could have stood in bed. Well, how about you, Edwin? Have you got an idea that's more stable than a bed jacket?
Oh, yes, I have a wonderful idea, Tallulah. How old is this girl?
Margaret O'Brien? Oh, well, she must be about, 7 years old, I guess. I've never met the child, you see, but I've seen her on the screen in Journey from Margaret, Our Vines Have Tender Grapes. Well, she's about 7 or 8, I'd say.
Oh, well, I've got a gigantic idea. Besides that, it's big. I tell you something, I'm surprised that Jimmy and Bert didn't think of it. Why don't we get her a horse?
A horse?
Yes, a horse. Why are you so surprised? Let me explain it to you. You give Margaret a horse. Margaret takes it home, and the landlord tells her she cannot have a horse in the apartment. This, of course, surprises her because the landlord has no objection to mice. You see what I mean? But the landlord is adamant. James J. Adamant. Well, anyhow, Margaret and her parents, they move out and they get a house in the country where the horse has plenty of room to roam. The house is in Milan, which is 25 miles to Rome. And the little girl has to ride the horse 25 miles to school every day. And one day the horse runs away and a little boy saves her life. He is the son of the wealthiest man in town. His father is a big tar manufacturer. He made his money in the black market, you know. Some of the jokes later on are even worse than that. Anyhow, she and the boy grow up to be childhood sweethearts, you know. And one day the boy brings her a bottle of perfume and proposes to her. She takes the perfume, but she turns it down because she is in love with a fella who runs a poultry market. You see, she prefers feathers to tar. Hello. Anyhow, she thinks, you know, that her parents will be tickled with a poultry man. But they don't like him. He is taboo. So is the perfume. Anyhow, she marries him, and in a year he loses all his money and he leaves her. And all she has left is the bottle of perfume. Well, everybody knows little girls like perfume, so let's get Margaret a horse.
Well, I asked for a stable idea.
Hey, that's reaching pretty far back for a bottle of perfume.
Yeah, I don't want to offend anybody, but wouldn't it be easier to overlook the horse and just buy the kid the perfume?
How can you overlook a horse?
Gentlemen, no. The horse is scratched. This child is away from home. It's Christmas Eve. Now, you know how children feel about Christmas. Surely you men, somewhere in your respective sordid existences, have met some little girl you made happy at Christmas time. Well, that's what I want here, and I'd appreciate your cooperation. Now, are there any questions?
I have a sister in St. Louis who has a little girl.
Jimmy, darling, that is not the question.
Oh. Do I have a sister in St. Louis who has a little girl? That's a question.
Darling, what about your sister's child in St. Louis?
Well, I was going to say my sister always throws a Christmas party for her little girl. Why don't we do that?
You mean you want us to throw a party for your sister's kid in St. Louis?
No, he means a party for Margaret, and I think it's a very good idea. Now, the first thing we'll have to do is to get some refreshments. What do you get for a child's party? I've heard of something that children adore. I think, I think they could call it milk.
Okay. I'm the milkman around here. From the picture of the same name I just made for Universal, now playing in neighborhood movie houses, smoking in the lodges. So I'll get the milk. Tell me, Chiloo, how much milk shall I get?
How much milk do you get? How should I know how much to get? There's only one child. Get a fifth.
A fifth? That ain't enough milk. I'd take 4 fingers myself.
Well, Bert, what do you think? How much milk will we need?
Well, personally, I won't take any. I'm driving. I don't know much about this kid stuff. You see, I didn't have such a happy childhood.
Oh.
In fact, a very tragic thing happened to me when I was a child.
You lived?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Oh, just a wild guess. What else happened?
Well, at Christmas, I never hung my stockings up. You see, I only had one pair. Instead of hanging over the fireplace, they just stood there. And I never got any toys. You see, we was very poor. My mother used to take me window shopping. I wound up with more windows than any kid in the neighborhood.
Your mother had a budget account, I imagine.
Yeah, she imagined it, too. She'd take anything in any store if she could budget. We were so poor that it was 15 years after they was married that my father gave my mother an engagement ring. Oh, it was beautiful. A 10-carat diamond ring.
10 carat?
And what a beautiful sentimental inscription inside the ring. It said, "In case of fire, break glass." My mother thought it was too expensive, and so she put it back in the box and took it back to the store, but they wouldn't take it back because it wasn't in the same condition my father had bought it.
Your mother had eaten the Cracker Jacks it came.
Yeah, and the way Mother always used to pick on me. She used to say to me, "Bert, why don't you be like Johnny?" She used to say, "Bert, go out and play with Johnny. I want you to grow up like Johnny." It was Johnny this, Johnny that. I stayed in the house all the time. I got an interior complex. I used to sit around the house all day and cry. Oh, I was housebroken. All I heard was Johnny, Johnny. Last year when I went back to my hometown, I thought I'd find out what happened to Johnny. So I asked his mother. I said, "Whatever became of Johnny, Mrs. Dillinger?"
He probably turned out to be a case of arrested development.
Yeah. Many times.
But if I don't have something ready for Margaret when she gets here, really, darling, I won't have the courage to face her.
Reminds me when I was the Cowardly Lion and the Wizard of Oz. I sang a song about courage. It was called "If I Was the King of the Forest." Would you like to hear it?
What can I do? I'm trapped. Meredith Wilson, please, some music for Mr. Law, who will recreate his famous Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz.
If I was king of the forest, not a queen, not a duke, not a prince, my regal robes of the forest would be satin, not cotton, not chintz. I command each thing, be it fish or fowl, with a woof, and a royal growl. As I clicked my heel, all the trees would kneel, and the mountains bow, and the bulls kow-tow, and the shadows would take a wing. If I were the king.
Your Majesty, if you were king, you'd not be afraid of anything.
Not nobody, not no-how.
Not even a rhinoceros?
Impossible.
Well, how about a hippopotamus?
I trash him from top hippopotamus.
Supposing you met an elephant.
I'd wrap it up in cellophane.
What if it were a brontosaurus?
I'd show him who was king of the forest.
How?
How? Courage. What makes a king out of a slave? Courage. What makes the flag on the mast to wave? Courage. What makes the elephant charge his dusk in the misty mist or the dusky dusk? What makes the muskrat guard his musk? Courage. What makes the Sphinx the seventh wonder? Courage. What makes the dawn come up like thunder? Courage. What makes the Hottentot so hot? Who put the eighth in apricot? What have they got that I ain't got? Courage! And the whole year round I'd be hailed and crowned by every living thing.
But, darling, that was law at his best. But it doesn't help solve our problem about Margaret O'Brien's Christmas party. Now, it can't be too difficult, darling. It's just that I haven't met any children. Socially, that is.
I thought you told me you had a big carriage trade at your theater, Chalou.
Yeah, very funny, darling. But you men should be able to come up with some idea. Well, among the three of you, there should be at least 200 years of know-how.
Well, why don't you join us and make it 250?
Dear boy.
Say, I just thought of something. How about getting her a tree?
A tree? Darling, it's Margaret O'Brien, not Tarzan.
I mean a Christmas tree with toys hanging on it.
Toys on a tree? Oh, that's a lovely idea, Jimmy. What sort of toys shall we get?
Well, you're a girl.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy, darling.
What would you like to see hanging on your tree?
Jimmy, this is Christmas Eve, and I will not mention her name on this program. I mean, I'd like to hang things on the tree that are lit up.
I thought we were having milk.
Now, Jimmy, you know what I mean. I'm talking about toys a little child could like, simple things to play with, like a ball and jack.
You think this kid balls the jack?
Oh, come on, Jimmy, help me out.
When I was a kid, I had a mechanical mind. Needs a little oiling right now. My father wanted me to be a mechanical engineer, so he bought me an erector set. And I would have been the greatest mechanical engineer of all time, except for one thing.
What was that?
I couldn't open the box.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. Girls today are athletically inclined. How about getting her a racket?
You mean like bootlegging?
No, dear. I mean like tennis.
Oh, my father wanted me to be a tennis player once, but I couldn't make the grade.
Why not?
No guts. Courage. I didn't like it. I cried every time he made me play. Then he tried to make me play ping-pong.
Now, you mean ping-pong.
Pang, my heart wasn't in it. Oh, courage.
No, Jimmy, I don't think she's old enough for ping-pong.
Well, the kids today ain't satisfied with the toys the kids used to play with when I was a boy.
Well, darling, there aren't as many Indians around today.
I'll accept that. With reservations. The toys they give kids today. Why, last year I had to give my nephew a chemistry set. He said he wanted me to be a scientist. Another Prince Albert Einstein.
Well, did he like the chemistry set, Jimmy?
I don't know. He moved away, house and all.
Well, a lot of scientists are up in the air these days. Christmas has become quite a problem, hasn't it, Jimmy?
Not for me. I think it's a shame Christmas comes but once a year. got a little wish. Now, folks, I got a little wish. If it only could come true. It's about a holiday that's meant for me and you. Although it has been coming on the same day each year, there should be one more day it could appear. Now, isn't it a shame that Christmas comes but once a year? Wouldn't it be nice if it came around twice, spreading joy and good cheer? Just when everyone forgets goodwill to men, that's the time for jingle bells to chime again. Now, isn't it a shame that Christmas comes but once a year? You know, I'll never forget one Christmas Eve when I was a kid. I hung up my stocking, went to bed, and when I came down the next morning, what do you think I found in my stocking? My father's foot. Yeah, my father really stuck by me all through childhood. One time in school, the teacher asked me who signed the Declaration of Independence. I said I didn't. I said I didn't know, teacher. I didn't. Just for that, she made me bring my father to school. He walked in and said, "Teacher, my boy Jimmy is a good boy, and he's an honest boy. And if my boy says he didn't do it, he didn't do it." What a man. My father went to school more when I went to school than when he went to school. But I'll never forget the big turkeys we used to have for Christmas dinner. I always got the dark meat. This year I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Now, isn't it a shame that Christmas comes but once a year? Wouldn't it be nice if it came around twice, spreading joy and good cheer? Now, just when everyone forgets goodwill to men, that's the time for jingle bells to chime again. Now, isn't it a shame that Christmas comes but once a year?
Jimmy, darling, you as usual, a divine.
Oh, Tallulah, I just thought of a wonderful idea for this little girl, Margaret.
We are not buying a horse.
Oh.
Now put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I don't smoke horses. Smoking horses. I have a smoking jacket somebody gave me. I've been smoking that for 3 years. I'm saving the buttons for last, you know. But what I started to tell you, Tallulah, this is marvelous. How about inviting Santa Claus to the party to give us some presents?
Inviting Santa Claus? Now, really, Ed, darling, you and I are adults. We don't believe in Santa Claus.
Oh, don't say that. That's not true. I believe in him. And I've got proof.
No. You've got proof there's a real Santa Claus.
Yeah?
You are mature, intelligent, sophisticated man, standing there in your beanie hat with a propeller on top, telling me you have proof there is a Santa Claus.
Proof? I have even more than proof. I even think so.
Oh, you think so?
She lives.
Only when I talk. But anyway, tell me about this proof you have there's a Santa Claus.
Oh, I have proof. I'll tell you the whole story. I was in a show about 20 years ago, you see, and there was a fellow in the show with me, and his name was Houdini. No, it wasn't. His name escapes me. Well, anyway, he always made it a practice that no matter where he was, now, this is so beautiful, no matter where the show was on the road, he would go home on Christmas Eve, and he would always manage to grab a plane to get home and dress up like Santa Claus and leave some presents for his little girl.
Well, of course, he just dressed up like Santa Claus.
Yeah, well, wait till you hear the whole story. And the day after Christmas, this friend of mine in the show would always get a letter from his little girl. And the little girl would say, "Dear Daddy, Santa Claus came last night, and I was standing on the stairs, and he didn't see me, but I saw him. And he left me a lot of presents, and then he kissed Mama and went away." Isn't that beautiful? Doesn't that wring your heart, that story?
Very beautiful, and it wrings my heart, but what's the point?
Oh, the point? Well, I'll make it blunt, then. Well, One year, the same company, we were playing out in Colorado someplace. And the same man was with the company. And there was a great big blizzard, and all the planes were grounded. And the little girl's daddy, the father there, I call him Daddy, I mean Daddy, he couldn't get home for Christmas. Well, the poor man was heartbroken. Well, on Christmas Day, there was another letter from the little girl, just like he used to get every year. And the letter said, Dear Daddy, Santa Claus was here last night and left me toys. And then he gave Mama a lot of kisses and went away. And that's how I came to believe that there is a real Santa Claus.
Well, darling, you go on believing exactly what you want, but I still don't know what to get Margaret for a present.
Well, now, let me see. I have a son. Keenan, his name. No. His last name is Wynn. Keenan Wynn. We have the same last name. That's a coincidence. Of all the people in the world I picked out to be my son, I picked one with the same name, Wynn. Well, anyhow, I've been trying to think, what would Keenan want for Christmas? And you know what I think he'd want? Fran Warren.
Fran Warren? Well, she's right here.
Hello, Tallulah.
Hello, Fran, darling. And you're going to sing Look to the Rainbow, aren't you?
That's right.
Go ahead, sweet.
I've an elegant legacy waiting for you. 'Tis a rhyme for your lips, a song for your heart, to sing it whenever the world falls apart. Look to the rainbow. Follow it over the hill and the stream. To the west with the sea, and I searched all the earth and scanned all the skies, but I found it alas in the old true love's eyes. Look, look, look to the rainbow, follow it over the hill and the stream. Look, look, look to the rainbow. Follow the fellow who follows the dream. Follow the fellow who follows a dream.
Fran, that was a lovely Christmas present. Look, darling, I want to ask you something.
Is it about Margaret O'Brien's Christmas party?
Well, the child has to have a Christmas celebration of some kind tonight, and I can't take her where I'm going.
Well, it sounds like you're going to a party. Why can't you take little Margaret?
Well, because it's probably going to be over until 12 o'clock.
Well, that's not so late.
Thursday noon.
That sounds like quite a party.
It always is when I'm there, pet.
Yes, I hear you do. Well, personally, I'm just having a little party at home. We have a very small Christmas tree, but one thing I know is going to be on it. A new mink coat.
A mink coat? Darling, what kind of a Christmas tree have you got?
Oh, the usual kind. A fruit tree.
This is sweet. The first week on this show, and already she's telling jokes.
Oh, well, Has anybody thought of getting Margaret a doll?
A doll, of course. Now, why didn't I think of that? Why couldn't any of you three gentlemen have thought of a doll?
I was thinking of a doll. I'm always thinking of a doll. La, la.
And while you're getting her a doll, why don't you get her one that talks? One that says Mama, Papa. And they're even making dolls now that say yes and no.
Dolls that say no, I can get plenty of. Now, look, let me present the doll to Margaret. I'll be Santa Claus's helper with the red nose and the jolly laugh and the red nose with the red suit, and I'll come flying over the rooftops, down the chimney, and give it a doll.
Flying over the rooftops? I suppose you'll be using 8 reindeers.
No. I can do all my flying on 8 old-fashions.
That explains the red nose. But Santa Claus might not be a bad idea at that. I suppose Margaret believes there is one, you think, huh?
Doesn't everybody?
Oh, honestly, but you and Ed acting like a couple of children, Santa Claus, indeed.
Tallulah, believe me, there is a Santa Claus. I know. Because a few years ago, I was playing one of Santa's helpers to a cute little girl. Oh, she was a sweet little thing. I walked into the apartment Christmas Eve, all dressed up in my Santa Claus outfit, and started to give her some presents. But she wouldn't take them. She said if I was a real Santa Claus, I'd go up on the roof and come down the chimney. So I did. But she still didn't believe me.
No faith?
No chimney.
And you still believe in Santa Claus?
I certainly do. Because while I was up on the roof looking for the chimney, that cute little girl's husband come home. Now, if there had been a chimney for me to come down, her husband would have knocked my block off. So don't tell me there ain't no Santa Claus.
Now, wait a minute, Bert. Who told you there ain't no Santa Claus?
Tallulah, I've been trying to show her there is one.
I try to prove it to her, too. She doesn't believe that there is a Santa Claus, Jimmy.
Tallulah, you're unbelievable.
I do not care to speak about it.
Now you're unspeakable.
But, Jimmy, believe me, the Santa Claus, not you.
Especially me. Look at me. Tallulah?
Must I?
Move back about 4 rows so you can see both sides of his face. Now let me ask you a hypocritical question. Am I handsome? Am I young? Have I got curly locks? Am I well educated? Do my clothes fit?
Well, for me, there's only one Santa Claus, NBC, Nicholas B. Claus. And this, darlings, is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Big Show. This is the National Broadcasting Company Sunday Extravaganza with the most scintillating personalities in show business. The Big Show, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival, is brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The big stars in this program are Jimmy Durante, Bert Lahr, Robert Merrill, Margaret O'Brien, Edith Piaf, Fran Warren, Ed Wynn, Meredith Wilson and his Big Show Orchestra and Chorus, and every week your hostess, the glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead.
This week, darlings, the Big Show is the Christmas show, broadcast with the cooperation of the Associated Services for the Armed Forces, and dedicated to all our men and women in service who are far from home on this Christmas Eve. A great soldier who has spent a lifetime of Christmases away from home in the service of his country stands by now for a word of cheer to our men and women throughout the world. From Camp Breckenridge, Kentucky, General Jonathan M. Wainwright, United States Army.
I'm happy to join with all your folks at home in bringing a Christmas greeting to you, my comrades of the armed forces, wherever you may be. We have shared the joy of other Christmas days together, and we look forward as a united people to that time when peace on earth and goodwill to men will again prevail. May God be with you.
Yes, darlings, it is with a mixture of pride and humility that we accept the responsibility of sending to our boys and girls away from their loved ones on Christmas Eve this Christmas package of entertainment, wrapped with loving care and sealed with a Christmas kiss. And also, far from home this Christmas Eve is one of our guest stars, little Margaret O'Brien. And to make her Christmas a merry one, we arranged to have our 3 comedy stars, Jimmy Durante, Bert Lahr, and Ed Wynn, play Santa Claus for her. Now, do you understand our complex little plot, darling? But while they're getting ready, I'm left here at this rather advanced stage in my career, babysitting. Oh, by the way, darlings, I'm available for the same job to anyone listening. And at the same price, I may add. I only hope this precocious little movie star doesn't turn out to be the obnoxious brat that most of them are.
Good evening, Miss Bankhead.
Ah, Margaret O'Brien. Oh, Margaret, look at you. I had an idea you were only 7.
Oh, no, I'm quite old now. I'm 13, you know.
13, oh. What am I laughing about? Now, Margaret, I've arranged a wonderful Christmas Eve party for you. I'm going out later to a party myself, but before that, I want to make sure that you have lots of fun. Now, what would you like to do till the others get here, huh?
Oh, I'd just like to sit around and be gay and jolly and have some laughs.
Oh, well, good. Do you want me to tell you some funny stories?
Oh, no. Just sing, Give My Regards to Broadway.
This child is older than 13.
Miss Bankhead, you don't seem to understand very much about 13-year-old children.
Darling, when I was born, I was 13 years old.
How old are you now, Miss Bankhead?
Oh, well, I wonder if this is safe. How old do you think I am?
Well,
of course you must allow for the lighting here, Margaret.
Well, I think...
And I've had a tiring rehearsal all day.
Well,
And I'm still in shock over Happy Chandler being fired. Well, just don't stand there staring at me with those beautiful big bright eyes and that gorgeous complexion and that silken hair. Say it. How old do you think I am?
Well, I think you're quite old.
No.
You must be at least 25. Bankhead, why are you crying?
Oh, nothing, darling. I'm just so happy. Obviously, child, you know nothing about a woman's age.
Obviously, Miss Bankhead. I wanted to be invited back on this show.
I keep running second to this child all the time. Well, Margaret, I'm neglecting my duty as babysitter. Come over here, child. Can you walk by yourself?
Of course. Can you, Miss Bankhead?
Isn't he sweet? I don't know how I'll be later tonight after the party. But, well, now what? Oh, maybe I ought to tell a little story, huh? Would you like a story, Margaret? Of course you would. All little girls like stories. Now, get comfy now. That's it. Now, let me see. Now, how do I do this? Oh, I know. Once upon a time, there were 3 actresses. Judith Anderson, Katharine Hepburn, and Gertrude Lawrence. One dark night, they were walking home, and they cut through a dark alley. Schubert's Alley. And there they saw a big bad wolf. He was a producer. And he said, I'm doing a new show. Which one of you actresses would like to come up and audition for the leading part? And Judith Anderson said, I will. And Katharine Hepburn said, I will, Rally, I will. And Gertrude Lawrence said, hey, jolly well, Bill. So they all 3 went up and auditioned. And after he'd heard them read the part many, many times and thought about it for several weeks, he hired Gertrude Lawrence for the part. She was his wife. That same day, he saw a little girl waiting outside his office, and he said, You are just perfect to be Gertrude Lawrence's understudy. If anything happens to Gertrude Lawrence, you will play the part. Well, the little girl was overjoyed. And one day, just before the play opened, a terrible thing happened. The understudy broke an arm. It was Gertrude Lawrence's. And the understudy went on and played the part, and she became a big hit overnight and went on from there to become one of the greatest actresses in America. And do you know who that little girl was, Margaret?
Oh, sure. Betty Davis.
If you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you have received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today.
Meredith, you haven't done anything to get this party rolling. Come here, Meredith. I want you to meet Margaret O'Brien. This is Meredith Wilson, darling.
How do you do, Mr. Wilson?
Margaret O'Brien. Are you the little girl that I used to see in the movies all the time?
That's right.
Incredible. My, how you have grown up. It sure makes a person feel old. Hey, is there an echo in here?
No, Mr. Wilson. I knew you were going to say that. That's what people keep saying to me all the time. That's the penalty I have to pay for growing up. No one can stay the same age all the time.
Can't they now? Well, Meredith, what kind of entertainment could you give Margaret for this Christmas party? We're having in her honor, you know.
Well, sir, Miss Bankhead, I'll tell you what we used to do back home. I wanted to say, I'll tell you what we used to do back home in Mason City, Iowa.
Oh, no, not on Christmas Eve, Meredith.
I'll be glad to. We used to put on plays. Oh, I'll never forget that last play I acted in.
Yeah, I have a picture of you acting in a play.
Do you have that picture? I've been looking high and low for it.
Meredith, please, could we for 1 week dispense with that nostalgic drivel about your adolescence?
But this is very interesting drivel. You see, this play was about this doctor who was in love with this woman, and she was married. And her husband got sick, and the doctor had to operate on him. And the big scene was where the doctor had to make up his mind whether to save the husband and lose the woman he loves, or operate without washing his hands and get the woman he loves. Now, before he can make up his mind, the butler comes in and says, "Your car is waiting to take you to the hospital." Boy, I want to tell you, that was really dramatical, how he walked off the stage, right through the fireplace.
The fireplace?
The door was stuck.
And you walked through the fireplace?
Oh, not me. I was the butler. What a hit I was, dressed in my T-shirt and shorts.
You played a butler dressed in T-shirt and shorts?
Well, it was a combination play and basketball game. I played center.
And now you're playing the center theater. Meredith, darling, could you possibly play some Christmas music for our little Mark?
I'd be glad to. We have a number prepared here called Jing-a-Ling.
Okay, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra and chorus in the gayest of the new Christmas songs, complete with snowflakes, sleigh bells, and Yule logs, Jing-a-Ling.
What fun it is to sleigh bells jingle, jingle-ling, jingle-ling, they set your heart a tingle. Jingle-ling, 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 I love to hear all that jingle, ha ha, ho ho, riding through the snow. Linky, 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 link, the bells and at the snowflake dancing. Linky, 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 link, goes on the beat of dancing. Linky, 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 link, the night and make for sing romancing, ha ha, ho ho, through the snow they go. Through a winter fairyland we go a gliding, in a cotton candy land of frozen charm. That's the way the sleigh is slipping and the sliding. It's sliding even closer in my arms. Can't you hear the sleigh bells dancing while we're single? As we ride across the snowy mountain dell. And we're happy cause the sleigh bells seem to jingle in the winter fairyland like wedding bells. What fun it is to sleigh bells jingle. Make your heart a single. I love to hear our laughter mingle. Ha 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 ha, riding through the snow. The bells have got the snowflake dancing. Oh, down the beat and prancing. The night is made for sweet romancing. Ha ha, through the snow we go.
And every week I am amazed how a man who can make such beautiful music can tell such odoriferous stories.
Well, sir, I was thinking the same thing. How a woman can speak so beautifully and then sing Give My Regards to Broadway.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Oh, look, here comes Santa Claus. Hello, Santa Claus.
Hello, little girl. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
Well, what do you know? The child believes in him.
Oh, I was hoping you'd come, Santa Claus. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Santa Claus. Oh, and by the way, how is Mrs. Law?
Oh, indeed. I told you couldn't fool a sophisticated child with that Santa Claus routine.
Oh, I know he's not the real Santa Claus, Miss Bankhead. He's one of Santa Claus's helpers. The real Santa Claus will be along later.
You'll have it your own way, darling. But this is Margaret O'Brien.
Margaret O'Brien? Is this the little girl I used to see in the movies? Incredible.
That's exactly what I said, Bert.
Here we go again.
My, how you have grown up. Makes a person feel old.
All right, we can do very well without that Christmas trio. Did you bring Margaret a present?
I certainly did. I brought a Metropolitan Opera star. Come out here.
Why, Robert Merrill. Well, Bob, this is a Christmas present. How are you, Bob, darling? How are you, Bob? Bob, I'm speaking to you. How are you, Bob?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a Christmas present, and I can't open my mouth till Christmas.
You're a present for Margaret. Oh, yes, I want you to meet her. Bob, this is Margaret O'Brien.
How do you do?
Margaret O'Brien? You're the Margaret O'Brien I saw in the movies as a little girl?
That's right. But I didn't know you were ever a little girl.
No, I mean when you were a little girl. So you're that little girl. Incredible.
Well, here it comes.
My, how you have grown up. Makes a person feel old.
Well, before we get too old, how about singing for Margaret, Bob?
I'd be glad to.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Merrill sings one of the great Christmas songs of all time, Cantique de Noël.
Holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of the dear Savior's birth.
RCA Victor has long been pioneering the boundless new world of electronics and bearing the fruits of that pioneering into homes across the earth through fine radio, recorded music, and television. It is heartwarming to think of how much these instruments add at all times to the happiness of nations and people, carrying the message and music of Christmas around the world. But it is heart-lifting to think of how much they still can add to the peace of nations. On this Christmas Eve night, RCA Victor humbly pledges itself once again to the advancement of radio, recorded music, and television as international mediums. As science continues its conquest of the physical world, we shall look across the hemispheres from nation to nation as we are now accustomed to hear by radio. May this added sense of neighborliness help us better to understand each other.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. And to you, too. Chiloo?
Well, if it isn't one of Santa Claus's reindeer.
You mean rain, darling, don't you? I'm one of Santa Claus's helpers.
Oh, you're just Santa Claus.
What's the matter? Why don't you like Santa Claus? This woman is suffering from claustrophobia. I wish they'd have cut that line out.
Jimmy, I want you to meet little Margaret O'Brien.
Hello, Mr. Durante.
Well, Margaret O'Brien. Oh, no, this ain't the Margaret O'Brien I used to see. The Margaret O'Brien I used to know was a tiny little child. I can't believe this is the same girl. Incredible.
Shall we go another round?
My, how you have grown up. Makes a person feel old.
Well, Jimmy, how about a Christmas present for Margaret?
I brung one.
Whom did you brung?
Whom? Only that great French chartreuse, the one and only Edith Piaf.
Edith Piaf. Edith, darling, this is Devine. Having you on our show, one of the greatest singers that France has ever sent us.
Oh, merci.
I would adore having you sing for me right now.
Oh, merci.
And when you finished, if you like, I will sing for you.
Oh, have mercy. Miss Bankhead, I've heard so much about Miss Piaf. May I meet her?
Why, of course, child. Miss Piaf, this is Margaret O'Brien.
Miss Piaf, this is really a pleasure.
This is Margaret O'Brien. Incredible. No, not that again. No.
1, 2, 3, go.
My, how you have grown up. Make a person feel old.
I wonder if that'll ever replace Fred Waring. Edith, darling, would you sing one of my favorite numbers, Autumn Leaves?
Oh, I will be glad to.
Merci.
The falling leaves drift by the window, the autumn leaves of red and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburned hand I used to hold. Since you went away, the days go on, and soon I'll hear old winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. la vie sépare ceux qui s'aiment tout doucement, sans faire de bruit. Et la mer passe sur la table, n'est pas des amants, since you went away, the days roll on, and soon I'll hear only the song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when start to fall.
Oh, a Merry Christmas, everybody. And a Merry Christmas to you, Margaret O'Brien. How about giving me, one of Santa Claus's helpers, a nice big kiss?
Take your hands off me. Glad to see you. This is Margaret O'Brien.
Hello, Mr. Wynne.
You're Margaret O'Brien? But you're not the Margaret O'Brien.
Ed, we are not going through that bit again.
Oh.
We know the child is grown up. Mm-hmm. None of us is getting any younger. We've all grown up. You've grown up and I've grown up.
My, you've grown up. Make the person feel mighty old.
Oh, they're sweet. Now, Ed, what present did you bring Margaret?
Oh, the best of all, really, Tallulah. I brought her a wonderful sonopera.
Oh.
What a wonderful story. It's the story of a...
Now, just a minute now, Ed, before you tell your story. Ed Hurley has a story to tell, Ed.
This portion of the big show has been brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Now, Tallulah, would you like to bring your chime?
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the big show. And Tallulah Bankhead is giving a Christmas party for little Margaret O'Brien.
Well, Margaret, my pet, are you having fun at your party, enjoying yourself?
Oh, it's wonderful, Miss Bankhead. I bet there isn't another 14-year-old girl in the world as happy as I am.
14? I thought you said you're 13.
It's such a long show.
Well, Ed, how about that opera? Are you ready to tell the story?
Oh, yes, I'm ready. I'm more than ready. Have you got anybody to sing the opera so that I can explain the story?
We most certainly have somebody. Yes. Robert Merrill will sing it. Oh, won't you, Bob, darling?
Sure. I'll sing Largo al Factotum from the Barber of Seville.
Oh, that's a lovely opera. But I'm going to tell the story of Carmen tonight, you know.
I'm sorry, I'm singing Figaro.
Well, I'm sorry you're singing Figaro, too. Because I'm going to explain the opera Carmen. And if you're going to sing that long-haired stuff from the Barber of Seville, it just won't fit, that's all. I'm an expert on Carmen, you know, an authority. I know things about Carmen that Carmen herself don't even suspect.
But, Ed, you explained Carmen the last time you were on the show.
Oh, well, that was only the 2 acts of the opera, Tallulah. But tonight, for the first time in the history of the world, I'm going to tell what happened to Carmen during intermission.
I'm going to sing Figaro. If I don't sing Figaro, I won't do anything. And you want to hear me sing, don't you?
No, not necessarily.
I'm singing Figaro, and you explain the story of Figaro.
Oh, all right. Just to stop the argument, I'll explain Figaro. But you're going to find out it's going to sound just like Carmen. Pardon me just a minute. You're singing in Italian, and they don't know what you're singing about. I'll explain the opera up till now. As the curtain rises, there is a terrific storm raging off the coast of Australia. But that makes no difference to the opera because the opera takes place in Spain. Now, actually, this version of Carmen, which I'm describing, has a title which is all its own. The name of it is He Missed His Wife Cooking. Every chance he got. Now, I'll explain what he's been singing. We first see Carmen seated in her living room. She has just come up from the wine cellar of her home where she stumbled over something 65 years old. It was her father. Now, as Carmen is in the sitting room, you can see that she has a figure that is out of this world, Joe. And if she just put on a girdle, she could probably get it back in again. But as a matter of fact, Carmen has only 2 teeth. This is very interesting. Carmen has 2 teeth, one in her upper jaw and one in the lower jaw. And one day, the tooth in the upper jaw said to the other tooth, let's get together for lunch sometime. At this point, Carmen's father rushes in. This is an interesting scene. He says, Carmen, I am going to get married again. I hope you do not mind. I'm going to marry a girl 18 years old. Carmen says, Father, you can't do that. You are 65 years of age. If you marry a girl 18 years of age, 10 years from now you'll be 75, and she'll be only 28. Have you thought of that? The old man said, yes, I thought of that, but why should that stop me, he said. He said, when that time comes, I'll go out and find myself another 18-year-old girl. All right, if you'll continue now with the opera. I'll explain that. It's unfortunate that it's always on a high note, but Anyhow, in the opera, we now find that Don Jose has come to see Carmen. Don Jose's a lovely fella. He comes from a fastidious family. His father is fast and his mother is hideous. Anyhow, Don Jose is wearing a suit out of awning material. There is a freeze on goods, you know. Now, he has this suit made of awning material, the same material that people used to make awnings with. The suit is all right. The only trouble is that when the sun goes down, the pants roll up. Now, Don Jose says to Carmen, he says, sweetheart, now that we are engaged to be married, let us elope tonight. I'll bring a net, and you can jump to it from your window. And Carmen says, but I live on the 10th floor. Suppose I miss the net. Don Jose says that in that case, our engagement is off. Now, Carmen says, Don Jose, first you must ask my father for my hand. And Don Jose said, well, I did ask him. I asked him, and when I told him that I wanted to marry you, he asked me if I had enough money to support you, and when I said yes, he tried to interest me in another proposition. Would you sing that part of the opera, please? That's enough. The audience can't carry all those words, you see. Now, this is where the plot thickens, folks. It doesn't exactly thicken, it just gets a little lumpy. And I'll tell you why. A new character enters the opera. His name is Escamillo. And now Escamillo proposes to Carmen, and she accepts him. She doesn't want to marry the man for his money, but she can't think of any other way to get it, you know. And now comes one of the most romantic scenes ever to be witnessed on any stage. Escamillo kisses Carmen on her left cheek, then he kisses her on the right cheek, and then he kisses her on the forehead. Carmen says, keep scouting around, you're bound to find him. Wait a minute, it's something horrible. And now the scene changes. It is Christmas Eve, and Carmen cooks Escamillo a turkey dinner. She says, think of it, dear. When Noah was on the ark, there were only 2 turkeys in the whole world. Escamillo starts eating his turkey, and he says, I wonder what happened to the other one. Escamillo asks for some marmalade. And when Carmen tells him that they don't have any, Escamillo gets angry and he screams, what kind of a house is this? And Carmen says, stucco.
per un barbiere di qualità, di qualità. Tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, buona ragazzi, vecchie fanciulle, quale parrucca, resta la barba, quale sanguigna, resta vieto, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, quale parrucca, resta la barba, resta vieto. Figaro, 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 Figaro. Che furia, che folla una alla volta, per carità, per carità, per carità. Una alla volta, una alla volta, una alla volta, per carità.
Figaro?
Sono qua. Ehi, Figaro. Sono qua, Figaro là, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro su, Figaro giù, Figaro su, Figaro giù. Quando fai sigma, perché ne vuole, fai il column dalla città, dalla città, dalla città, dalla città, dalla città. Bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, bravo bravissimo, fortunatissimo, 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 fermarito. Bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, fortunatissimo, 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 fermarito. Con il patato della città, con il patato della città, della città, della città, della
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the finale of the opera, which I would like to explain. At this point in the opera, we see Carmen's brother. His name is Ralph. He is running to the house. Ralph, as it happens in the play, is really a lion tamer in the circus. And every day he puts his head right in the lion's mouth. But today, just as he was going to put his head in the mouth, he yawned. And the lion looked at him. And the lion said, "Just a minute, who does what to who?" I thought that was good. Anyhow, Ralph knocks on the door of Carmen's house. And Carmen yells, "Who is it?" He says, "It's Ralph." She says, "Who?" He says, Ralph. She says, "I can't hear a thing. There's a dog barking outside." Then comes the famous wedding scene, ladies and gentlemen. Here my mood changes. This is wonderful. I'd like to explain it. Carmen's mother and father are the first to arrive at the wedding. They are wearing bearskin coats. The wife's coat is black bear and the husband's coat is threadbare, you see. The wedding ceremony starts and the judge says to Escamillo, "To marry this woman you... Well, that'll cost you $2. Escamillo looks at Carmen. He says to the judge, "What have you got for about 3.5? The judge proceeds with the ceremony and he finally says, "If anyone objects to this marriage, let him speak now." And a voice yells out, "I object." The judge says, "You shut up. You're the groom." He said. So Carmen and Escamillo are married and they go to the country and Escamillo becomes a gentleman farmer. You can tell he's a gentleman farmer because he tips his hat every time he passes a tomato. But anyhow, it is very, very early morning and daylight savings time has come in and he is up so early he starts milking a cow on his farm. He's a gentleman farmer. And it's so early, he milks the cow while the cow is still asleep. The cow wakes up with a start and looks at the farmer. He says, "Thank heavens it's you. I thought I was being robbed."
My darling, that was a wonderful present, now wasn't it, Margaret?
Oh, I enjoyed that immensely. This whole party, why, it's been just wonderful. And I want to thank Santa Claus for having made it possible.
Oh, now, darling Margaret, you're 13 years old. Surely you're old enough to give up this Santa Claus legend.
Oh, no. Santa Claus isn't a legend. He's real.
Now, look, child, maybe I'd better straighten you out, huh?
Miss Bankhead, maybe I'd better straighten you out. There was once a little girl who didn't know whether to believe in Santa Claus or not. And she wrote a letter about it to the old New York Sun. The letter said, Dear editor, I'm 8 years old. Some of my little friends say there is no Santa Claus. Papa says if you see it in the sun, it's so. Please tell me the truth. Is there a Santa Claus? It was signed Virginia O'Hanlon. And here is the answer they printed. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. He exists as certainly as love and generosity and devotion exist. And you know that they abound and give to your life its highest beauty and joy. Alas, how dreary would be the world if there were no Santa Claus. It would be as dreary as if there were no Virginia. There would be no childlike faith then, no poetry, no romance, to make tolerable this existence. We should have no enjoyment except in sense and sight. The internal light with which childhood fills the world would be extinguished. Not believe in Santa Claus? You might as well not believe in fairies. Nobody sees Santa Claus, but that's no sign that there is no Santa Claus. The most real things in this world are those that neither children nor men can see. Did you ever see fairies dancing on the lawn? Of course. But that's no proof that they're not there. Nobody can conceive or imagine all the wonders that are unseen and unseenable in this world. You tear apart the baby's rattle and see what makes a noise inside. But there's a veil covering the unseen world, which not the strongest man or even the united strength of all the strongest men that ever lived could tear apart. Only faith, fancy, poetry, love, romance can push aside that curtain and view and picture the supernal beauty and glory beyond. Is it all real? Ah, Virginia, in all this world there is nothing else real and abiding. No Santa Claus? Thank God he lives. And he lives forever. 1,000 years from now, Virginia. Maybe 10 times 10,000 years from now. He will continue to make glad the heart of childhood.
Margaret, child, that was beautiful. How could I possibly have grown so far away from that simple, wondrous belief that there is a Santa Claus? I thought I was giving you a Christmas you would remember. Instead, you've brought back something I should never have forgotten. All of a sudden, I remember how we sat around our fireside at home and sang the joyous Christmas carols, so symbolic of this happy, happy season.
Wouldn't it be wonderful, Miss Bankhead, if we could sing them now? Oh, I wish we could.
And why can't we? My precious child. Of course there'll be carols. We have the singers, Fran Warren, Edith Piaf, Robert Merrill. We have Mary Wilson and the orchestra and chorus. And now we have certainly found the spirit.
Il est né le divin enfant, jouez au bois, résonnez musette. Il est né le divin enfant, chantons tous son avènement. Depuis plus de 80 000 ans, nous avait promis les prophètes. Depuis plus de 80 000 ans, nous attendions cet temps. Il est né le divin enfant, chantons tous son avènement.
Nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day. To save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
And now, everybody, you here in the theater, you at home, and especially you men and women far from home, won't you please join us in singing, "O Come, All Ye Faithful"? Well, Margaret, darling, our party's almost over. Our friends, dear friends, as years go on and heads get gray, how fast the guests will go. Touch hands with those that stay. Strong hands to weak, old hands to young, around the Christmas board. Touch hands. The false forget, the foe forgive. For every guest will go, and every fire burn low, and cabin empty stand. Forget, forgive. For who may say that Christmas Day may ever come to host our guests again? Touch hands. Touch hands. Well, darlings, this has been our Christmas show, dedicated to our loved ones in the service of our country all over the world. God bless you, and God speed your journey home. Next Sunday we'll celebrate New Year's Eve, when our stars will be Vivian Blaine, Jose Ferrer, Sam Levine, Ken Murray, Margaret O'Brien, Gloria Swanson, Fran Warren, and others, and as usual, Meredith Wilson and the Big Show Orchestra and Chorus. And until then, may the good Lord bless and keep you, whether near or far away. Fran.
May you find that long-awaited golden day today. Bert.
May your troubles all be small ones, and your fortune 10 times 10. Jimmy,
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again. Meredith.
May you walk with sunlight shining and a bluebird in every tree.
Ed, may there be a silver lining back of every cloud you see. Margaret.
Fill your dreams with sweet tomorrows. Never mind what might have been. Edith.
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again. Robert?
May you walk with sunlight shining and a bluebird in every tree. May there be a silver lining back of every cloud you see. May your dreams bring sweet tomorrow. Never mind what might have been.
May the good Lord bless and keep you until we meet again. A safe and a Merry Christmas, darling.
Listen to the Big Show next Sunday when we will have with us Vivian Blaine, Jose Ferrer, Sam Levine, Ken Murray, Margaret O'Brien, Gloria Swanson,
Glenn Warren and others, Meredith Wilson and the Big Show Orchestra and Chorus, and of course your hostess, the glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead. The Ernest Touch Hands was written by William Harrison Murray, and The Letter to Virginia was presented by permission of the New York World Telegram Sun. The Big Show is directed and produced by D. Engelbach and written by Goodman Ace with George Foster, Mort Green, and Frank Wilson.
The Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. It is Christmas Eve, and like all of you good people, the Harrises are busy making last-minute preparations.
Let's see now. My presents are all wrapped. I have the wreath on the door, the holly in the windows, and... Phil, what are you doing?
Sweeping out the fireplace.
What for?
So Santa won't get his suit sooty. I don't want no sloppy St. Nick around my house.
Well, of course, dear. And what time do you expect old Clyde?
Clyde?
Yes, Santa Clyde. I hope his wife is with him, too.
His wife?
Yeah, Santa Myrtle.
What's gotten into you?
Oh, I'm just talking your language. I overheard you telling the children a Christmas story this afternoon, and everybody's name was either Myrtle or Clyde.
Now you're just exaggerating.
I am, huh? Wait a minute. Phyllis, come here a minute, dear.
What do you want, Mommy?
Daddy was telling you a story this afternoon about Santa. What are the names of his reindeer?
Dancer, Prancer, Donner, Blitzen, Myrtle, Robin, Clyde.
Well, that was very good, dear, except you left one out.
Which one?
Irving. He's the little one on the end.
Oh, girls, doesn't the house look beautiful, all decorated?
Oh, it looks wonderful, Mommy. But, Mommy, Daddy, we want to ask you a favor. We'd like to stay up and see Santa Claus when he brings the presents tonight. Could we?
Well, honey, he has a lot of other stops to make, and he might get here very late, and then
can't we, Daddy? Please?
Well, okay. Now, you kids continue to behave yourselves, and I promise that you'll see Santa. Now, will you run along and play?
Oh, thanks, Daddy. Gee, Phyllis, I can hardly wait for tonight.
Oh, Phil. Phil, why did you promise the children that? Now, if they don't see Santa, they'll be very disappointed.
But they'll see him. And just to make sure, I'm going to dress up like Santa and come down that chimney. They won't be able to tell me from the real one.
Daddy!
Yes, dear?
Don't you dress up and make believe you're Santa like last year. Boy, was that corny.
Alice, I still can't figure out how they knew it was me last year. What did I do that was wrong?
Well, for one thing, you were supposed to come in singing Jingle Bells.
I did.
Yes, I know, but those lyrics, I can still hear them.
Ham, hocks, and turnip greens, they melt right in your mouth. A candied yams and a hominy grits, and that's what I like about the South. Yeah!
You got more applause than I do. And what's so wrong about those lyrics?
Now, that isn't the way we sing it up north.
Well, can I help it if you Yankees don't know the right words? Oh, but Alice, I guess you're right. We're going to have to get somebody else to play Santa.
I guess we will. And another thing, it's Christmas Eve. When are you going to get the tree?
Oh, I bought that this afternoon. It's at the market. I didn't have room in my car to carry it, so I asked Willie to pick it up on his way over. We'll have the tree. That I'm not worried about. But gee whiz, honey, who are we going to get to play Santa Claus?
Hey, wait a minute, Phil. I have an idea. Let's get Don Wilson to play Santa.
Yeah. Old Fatso. He'll be great.
Don is our man. I'll call him right now and see if he can come over tonight.
Yeah, you go call him, huh? Hey, that's swell. Now the kids won't be disappointed. Santa will show up. Uh-oh, that must be Willie with the tree.
Hiya, Curly.
Well, if it ain't Francis the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's an early go, huh? Merry Christmas, Remley.
Merry Christmas, Curly. I got a present for you. Here it is.
For me? You got a present for little old curly-headed me?
Yeah, I got you, Lou.
Oh, Frankie, that's sweet of you. I don't know what to say.
Well, that's all right, Curly.
But the thought. You don't know how I appreciate it. Well, it touches me deeply, and
If you're going to get sloppy about it, I'll take it back. Well, don't stand there. Open it up, see what it is.
Oh, gee, Frankie, just what I wanted. Tissue paper.
The present's under the paper. Here it is.
Why, it's a bottle.
It's not just a bottle. It's imported champagne.
You bought a bottle of champagne for me? And gee whiz, it's almost half full, too.
They didn't have any split, so I bought a Magnum and siphoned it off. Where's Alice?
Oh, she's inside calling Don Wilson. See, the kids want to see Santa Claus tonight, so we asked Don to play it for us.
Why are you getting Don Wilson to play Santa?
Well, what else am I going to do?
Well, let him stay up and see the real Santa Claus.
Yeah, but I don't know what time he's going to get... Can I have that again, Herman?
Yeah. Why don't you let the kids see the real Santa Claus?
Oh, kid, you better get some sleep now. Staying up a little bit too late.
So you're another one of those cynics, huh? A wise guy who don't believe.
You do?
Of course. Just because you've never seen him don't mean he's not there. You must realize, Curly, there are some things in life that are inexplicable. There exist certain psychic phenomena that are ethereal and beyond the comprehension of we mere mortals. Don't you agree?
Oh, indubitably.
Curly, you can take my word for it. The real guy will show up. I see him every Christmas.
Remley, tell me, how come you see Santa Claus every Christmas and I don't?
Well, Curly, I can best explain that by saying there are a lot of things I see that you don't.
Yeah, that I know, but I'm talking about Christmas, not New Year's Eve.
Well, all I got to say is it's a good thing kids have more common sense and faith than some grown-ups, or Christmas wouldn't be much fun. I know that tonight old St. Nick and his reindeer will come flying through the sky.
Yeah, but do you mind if we have somebody stand in case he's grounded by a heavy smog over L.A.?
All right, scoff if you will, infidel.
Phil, I just called Don Wilson and he can't make it.
Merry Christmas, Alice.
Oh, hello, Frankie. Merry Christmas. As I was saying, Phil, Don can't make it, but he said he has a lot of actor friends and he'll send one of them over.
Oh, darn it. Don would have been perfect.
Hey, Alice, it's none of my business, but why hire a phony Santa Claus when the kids are going to see the real one?
Well, we just wanted to... What did he say, Phil?
Paying no attention to him, honey. He ain't been the same since he switched to Yummy yogurt.
I don't understand you people. You seem to have lost faith. You got the house decorated, lights outside, holly wreaths in the windows, and a beautiful Christmas... Wait a minute. Where's your Christmas tree?
It's coming, it's coming. Just take your time. Willie's bringing it over. And if you don't think that I have the Christmas spirit, Remley, will you see that tree? Oh, it's a beauty.
It better be.
It is. Don't worry. Remley, it's about 8 feet tall, and it's nice and full, and it's green, and... Uh-oh, that must be Willie with the tree now. Come in!
Hi-ho, everybody, and a Merry Christmas.
Hi-ho? Get a load of the vagabond liver.
Well, I got the tree.
Good, Willie. I'll go out in the car and help you carry it in.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I have it right here in one of these bags.
In a bag? Well, how'd you get an 8-foot tree in a bag?
Oh, I didn't get the 8-foot one. That was much too expensive, so instead I purchased this 2-foot table model. How do you like it?
Willie, what kind of a color's that?
Shocking pink. Isn't it lovely?
Oh, Willie, a shocking pink Christmas tree. Isn't that a little peculiar?
Oh, on the contrary, dear. The man said that if you trim a shocking pink tree with cerise ornaments and chartreuse bulbs, it will look positively scintillating.
Well, la-di-da!
Oh, what do you know? What do you think of it, Philip?
I'll give you 3 seconds to get that shredded locks out of here. Oh, brother, how much trouble can you have? No tree, and I'm worried about the guy Don sent him to play Santa.
Well, Philip, if you want someone to play the part, I shall be only too happy to portray Christopher Kringle.
Christopher? Well, Donner, my Blitzen. Fine Santa Claus you'd make.
I'd make an excellent one. I'm quite an actor, you know. I can see myself popping out of the chimney, bounding into the living room and saying, "Ho, ho, ho, and a Merry Christmas to you, little kiddies. And what do you wee darlings desire as a Yuletide memento?"
Thank you, Tallulah Bankhead. Look, I'm sorry, Willie. We can't use you. It won't work. I can't.
Well, if you don't want me to help, I won't. I have to run along anyway. I have to meet my girlfriend at the taxidermist.
I hope they did a good job on her. Goodbye. Imagine that little squirt playing Santa Claus. Why, he couldn't impress me if he came in here with a bag full of sponsors. Bag full, wouldn't that be beautiful? I hope that guy that Don's sending over will make a good Santa.
Curly, stop worrying about your make-believe Santas. The real one will be here. What we have to worry about is getting a decent tree.
Oh, yeah, come on. Look, Remley, we'll go over to the market and pick the one up that I ordered. Hey, we'll be back soon, Alice.
Okay, dear. Gee, I hope the man Don is sending over looks the part. If he doesn't, the girls will think that...
Mommy, it's getting late. When is Santa going to get here? Gee, Mommy, do you think maybe he isn't coming?
Now, don't fret, girls. Of course he's coming. So? You better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice. Gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He'll be riding with his reindeer in a great big open sleigh, with a great big bag of presents, and you give them all away. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're away. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
too late. The market's closed.
Oh, wait a minute. The lights are still on. And look, there's Julius.
Where?
Right over there. He's rifling the cash register.
He's counting the receipts. I'll get him to open it up. Hey, Julius! Open up the door, Julius! Come on, we want to get in.
Hey, hurry it up, will you, kid? We can't wait all night.
Come on, kid, open that door. I said open the door.
It's open and stop punching me in the nose. What do you hoodlums want?
We want a big tree.
Who for?
For Mr. Harris.
Oh. And what time is the lynching?
Julius, don't be a smarty pants.
Oh, there's a jazzy piece of dialogue.
Look, kid, I want to buy that big Christmas tree I saw here this afternoon. I don't like the one you sold Willie.
Mr. Harris, I'm disappointed. I saved that tree just for you. Shocking pink is your color. It matches your eyes.
Oh, there's a jazzy piece of dialogue. Look, I want that big one I saw this afternoon.
Okay, come on in the back and I'll get it for you.
All right, come on, Remley. You can help me.
I'll wait here at the counter, Curly.
Mr. Remley, get your mitts off of that cash register!
Is that what this is? I thought it was a spinet piano. I was trying to play White Christmas.
Remley. Now get away from there and help us carry this tree out to the car. Where is it, Julius?
Right here.
Oh, yeah, that's the one. And thanks for saving it for me, kid.
That's okay. Merry Christmas, Mr. Harris.
Same to you. Oh, Julius, by the way, drop over to the house a little later. We got a little present for you. Come over there, huh? All right, now come on, Remley. Let's take this tree home and get it trimmed.
Yeah.
There. That's the last ornament. Gee, the tree looks pretty.
It sure does. How do you like it, Curly?
Oh, sure. It looks swell. But where's the guy that's going to play Santa Claus? He's supposed to be here by 10, and it's after 11 now, and you... Frankie, what have you got there?
Milk and cookies for Santa Claus. I put them on the mantle for him every year.
Milk and cookies? That old man's been working like a dog tonight. Let's leave him something more nourishing, like a beer and a couple of pretzels.
Don't be a funny drummer. I'll put the milk and cookies over the fireplace. Yeah. Where are the kids, Alice?
Oh, they're upstairs waiting for Santa.
Well, everybody's waiting. When's the guy going to show up?
Be patient, Curly. He's got a long trip from the North Pole. Besides, his reindeer ain't as young as they used to be, and his sleigh...
keep quiet. The least Don's friend can do is to get here on time.
This subterfuge is all so unnecessary.
Uh-oh. That must be Santa now. I'll let him in.
And I'll go with you, honey.
Well, Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas and hiya, Philby.
Hey, Andy, what are you doing here?
Well, Don Wilson told me you were looking for somebody to play Santa Claus. He said you wanted someone with a round little belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. Hey, is my bowl big enough?
Yes. In fact, that's the biggest one I've seen since the Rose Bowl. Hey, Andy, that's quite a figure you got there.
Yeah. Sexy, ain't it? You know, I think I look charming in this Santa Claus outfit.
Charming, he said. Where'd you get that messy red suit? It's got spots all over it.
I rented it. The Santa Claus that had it last year was a sloppy eater.
I think you look ridiculous. Get a load of that white beard. Where'd you rent that moth-eaten thing?
Well, that I didn't rent. I was playing canasta with Monty Woolley, and I won it. Of course, if you don't like me as Santa Claus...
Pay no attention to him, Andy. I think you make a wonderful Santa Claus.
And I do, too. The girls will get a big kick out of this. I'll go call them. And, Andy, try to convince the children you're really Santa Claus, huh?
The children? Phil, I thought I was doing this for your benefit.
No, Andy, but gee whiz, it's swell of you to play Santa Claus for my 2 kids, and I'd like to pay you for it.
Oh, no, I don't want any money for this, Phil. But if you want, you can buy me a little something for Christmas.
Like what?
Oh, anything Alice can afford.
Okay, Andy, now it's up to you to make the kids think that you're Santa.
This impersonation is preposterous. Santa Claus won't like this. Besides, you'll never be able to fool the kids.
Oh, I don't know. With this costume and bag of toys over my shoulder, I shouldn't have any trouble.
No, I don't think so either, Andy, but gee whiz, it'd be awful if you don't fool them. If there was just some kid, someone that we could try you out on just to see if you can fool...
Mr. Harris, where are you? I came to get my present.
Julius. That's just the kid we need. Hey, come on in here, Julius. Look, Andy, if you can fool this kid, you can fool anybody.
Oh, don't worry, Phil. I'll just sit here in this chair and you watch his face when he sees me.
Okay, Andy, I certainly hope...
What do you want, Mr. Harris? Where did you got my... Hey, Mr. Harris, don't you feel a little chilly?
No, why?
You left your red flannels lying on that chair.
Why not red flannels? Don't you recognize me, Sonny?
You look familiar.
Well, I'll give you a hint. I'm that jolly old man with the white beard. Ho, 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 ho.
Well, if it ain't a bloated Gabby Hayes.
It ain't Gabby Hayes. Now, look, he's wearing a red suit and he's got a beard. What is he?
A Bolshevik.
Oh.
What's he got over his shoulder? A bag full of bombs?
Julius, don't be silly. Don't you recognize Santa Claus when you see him?
This is Santa Claus?
That's right, Sonny. I'm old Saint Nick.
They can't do this to us little kids. In the name of juvenile humanity, I protest this flagrant disregard.
Oh, shut up! Now sit on my lap and I'll tell me what you want for Christmas. Or I'll sit on your lap and break every bone in your precious...
Get away from me, you imposter, you! You're nothing but a fake. Wait till I see the real Santa tonight. He ain't gonna like it when I tell him he's being impersonated by some gravel-voiced snook.
There goes a cute kid, Santa. He has all the charm of a wet cigar.
I told you can't fool kids.
Oh, Remley, that don't mean nothing. He's just a wise little guy. Besides, he's older than my kids. When the girls come down, they won't know the difference.
Come along, children. He's right in here. Well, there he is.
Gee, Santa Claus. Hello, Santa.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, and don't forget my new television series with Wild Bill Hickok, starting soon. Ho, ho, ho!
Find Santa Claus. He's got to get a plug in.
Well, come here, children, and sit on my lap.
Which one? You got 3 of them.
Well, sit on the one with the knees. Girls, how do you like old Santa?
We like you fine, Santa. But what happened to your voice? You have a cold?
Yeah. You see, they raised my rent at the North Pole, and I had to move into a leaky igloo. Well, old Santa has to be going now. Here are your toys, girls.
Thank you, Santa. Yeah, thanks.
Well, I'll be seeing you next year. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Up, Dancer, up, Prancer, up, Myrtle, Rob, Clyde, ho, ho!
Hey, you better come back, Santa. You forgot Irving.
Well, children, what did you think of Santa Claus?
I thought he was Devine. I thought he was Andy.
You mean you kids knew that it was Andy Devine?
Sure, but we didn't want to say anything and hurt his feelings. Daddy, when is the real Santa coming?
Well, look, kids, you see,
He'll be here soon,
Oh,
kids.
Frankie. Look, kids, he may get here too late. So I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a Christmas story, and then will you run off to bed?
Well, all right, Daddy. But we wanted so much to see him.
I know you did, kids, but Well, maybe next year. Now sit on my lap and I'll tell you a beautiful Christmas story. You ready? 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. I thought I heard sleigh bells. No. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced through their heads. Alice, what are those bells? What's the...
Shh. Quiet, Curly.
Fireplace. It's Santa Claus, the real one.
But...
Merry Christmas, Santa.
Frankie, who are you talking to? I don't see anybody.
The kids do. Look at them.
Gee, Santa, we knew you'd come. They couldn't fool us with any make-believe Santa Claus. We were waiting just for you. Oh, sure, we've been very good girls. Oh, what a lovely dollhouse. Thank you. And all these things are for me? Can I open them now? All right, Santa, we'll wait till morning. Thank you very much. And a Merry Christmas to you, too, Santa. Of course, we'll tell them. Merry Christmas and goodbye, Santa Claus.
I told you he'd show up, Curly.
But Frankie, I don't get it. I heard it, but I didn't see him.
Of course you didn't. He sure is a nice-looking old gent.
Alice, did you see him?
I'm not sure, Phil. I almost thought I saw him standing by the fireplace.
But Alice, how could it be? If he was standing there...
Phil, what are you staring at?
The mantel. Alice, the milk and cookies, they're gone. Folks, this is Phil. I want to thank Andy Devine for doing a wonderful job for us. Thanks, Andy. As always, you were great. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, I made a record called The Thing. And because you liked it, it became a hit. And that was a big thrill for me. But it didn't compare with the thrill I got when The Thing gave us the idea for a thing for kids for Christmas. The Thing for Kids campaign to give needy children toys to make this Christmas real for them has been a huge success. And you've done it. You have made it possible for millions of children to wake up tomorrow morning to enjoy their happiest Christmas. And thank you for it. By giving generously, you truly have made Christmas the thing. And now, on behalf of Alice and my children and my cast, my writers, my producer, and my whole company, let me wish you a very merry and rewarding Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast was Andy Devine.
Now, Hedda Hopper. Later, Theater Guild presents David Copperfield on NBC.
Transcribed.
From Hollywood, NBC brings you Hedda Hopper. Hedda Hopper, who daily reports to 30 million readers in America and 8 foreign countries, now reports to you on the air. Here is Hedda Hopper's Hollywood, from a desk by the window looking right down on Hollywood and Vine. And here she is, Hedda Hopper.
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. Tonight you can look over my shoulder at a very special broadcast, because at the beginning of each year, I pick the players I think are either ready or destined for stardom. I base my judgment upon experience, talent, breaks, and that elusive quality called personality. Some of the players I chose this year are not newcomers. Arthur Kennedy's been doing fine work for years on stage and screen, but he had to wait until lights out for a role that made him a star. Others, like Merrill and Debbie Reynolds, came up faster through roles that fit their particular talents. Still others, like Judy Holliday, Marlo Brandau, Charleston Heston, and Micheline Prell, revealed starring qualities in their very first pictures. But before going on, I want you to meet a magnificent man, without whose presence this occasion just wouldn't be complete. For years, president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. He has 3 Oscars for special services to the industry sitting on his own desk, with more honors and speeches and...
And now, Hedda, you're making a speech. Stop it, will you?
Gene Hersholt.
You're making me sound like a cornerstone. Besides, bouquets should be thrown at women. It's you who are encouraging young stars.
Gene, in my opinion, these are the players who will be stars in 1951.
I'll buy that, Hedda. In the years you've been doing this, I know you've been almost 100% right. So, tell me, who are you betting on for the Rose Bowl tomorrow?
Oh, no, you don't. And, Gene, these young people, the ones I've mentioned, and all the others who are right here with us, they're not just bets for stardom. They're my predictions.
I hope they'll frame the Passman scrolls you give them, and someday all have Oscars to put under them. But who are the rest of them? Come on now, roll up the curtain. Turn on the spotlight.
All right, Gene, here we go. Sit down here beside me, because later there's a job for you, too. First of all, I'm going out on a limb to predict stardom for a young man who's never even been in a picture.
You're what?
Yes, and if the millions of his fans back me up, he soon will be a star. He's Dick Contino, who came down from Ciro's to show you what I mean. All set to play something, Dick?
Here we go, Hedda.
you, Dick Contino. I now understand why I had to put on an extra secretary to answer letters from your fan clubs. And here's another young player with loyal fans. In fact, it was the clamor they raised that convinced his studio it should give Anthony Curtis the big parts he deserves.
Bless the fans, Miss Hopper. But a New York cop helped me, too.
What do you mean, a cop?
Well, when I was almost 8, a gang of us kids used to prowl the streets of New York, fighting and sometimes stealing. Well, one day a cop picked us up and carried the whole gang to a settlement house. That's where a director took us in tow. He told us to play cops and robbers on the stage. Well, that did it. I was hooked. Ever since then, I've been an actor.
Only now you limit yourself to stealing scenes, especially in that new UI picture. What's it called?
Well, I guess I couldn't outgo it, Miss Hopper. It's called The Prince Who Was a Thief.
Good luck, Tony Curtis.
Thank you very much.
Faye DeMerck, my next nominee, originally came from New Orleans, but the folks in her hometown have waited a long time to see her on the screen. Why? Because she's been under contract to Howard Hughes for 10 years, and it's not until now that the two pictures she's made, Where Danger Lives and Vendetta, are opening on Broadway. What have you been doing all this time, Faye?
Oh, studying dramatics, dancing, voice. I got married, I had a baby, I established a home, and I...
Stop! Not all that and drawing a salary, too.
Well, not a very big one, but it was kind of nice.
That never happened like that to me when I was young. But I know it was a very wise investment on the studio's part. How does it feel now your pictures are finally opening?
Oh, it feels wonderful, Miss Hopper.
And you'll be wonderful, too, my dear. Frank Lovejoy. He'll be a star in 51, too. Remember Home of the Brave, when he played the army sergeant?
Well, I do, Miss Hopper. My wife says it really did things for my vocabulary.
Frank, I know ever since Three Secrets, Warner Brothers have had a lot of big plans for you. Now you're going places.
Well, I'm not so sure. Did you see the latest one, Breakthrough?
But you had a great part in that.
Oh, the studio is doing fine by me, but didn't you notice my stripes? I was still a sergeant.
Well, keep bucking, Frank.
Well, Miss Hopper, I'm grateful for the honor, and I hope to prove worthy of it. 51, thank you.
I wanted to ask Jan Sterling, who is my next nominee for stardom, what she considers to be the best thing she's ever done, but I'm afraid I already know the answer to that.
Yes, Hedda, you're right. I married Paul Douglas.
Well, that wasn't what I meant, only, yes, you're right. That wasn't bad, was it?
Well, I played him Born Yesterday once, and now I'm trying to catch up.
Now you're running away from me. What I thought your answer would be is your last picture for Paramount, the one that convinced me you're a star. You know, you're lucky. Paul Douglas for a husband, Alan Ladd as co-star in United States Mail.
You think I'm developing a corner on the Mail United States?
You don't have to corner it, Jan. You've got it.
Thanks.
A husky young fellow used to park my car at one of the lots here in Hollywood. The other evening, I parked it myself to watch him in Metro's new picture, Pagan Love Song. He's Howard Keel. And, Howard, will you show people why I'm predicting great things for you? Will you sing a number from your first hit, Annie Get Your Gun?
Hedda, never ask a singer to sing, because 12 times out of a dozen, he'll do it.
Rumors fly and they often leave a doubt, but you come to the right place to find out. Everything that you've heard is really so. I've been there once or twice, and I should know. Find that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful, as they say. And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
laughing people shouting that love is grand. To hold a girl in your arms is wonderful, wonderful in every way, as they say.
And now a young newcomer with an intriguing accent and guaranteed stardom, not only in movies, but on radio, too. Mr. Gene Hersholt.
Young newcomer. Why, my dear Miss Hopper, grandmother can't afford to make any facetious jokes about age.
Never mind. I take it all back. I just wanted you here in the spotlight again, Gene. Now is when I'm going to put you to work.
But the young people, I want to know who is next.
5 of them. All the rest on my list. Here, read this.
Miss Mala Powers, a wonderful work in RKO's The Outrage. Barry Sullivan, one of the stars of MGM's Grounds for Marriage. Jeff Chandler of Smuggler's Island out at Universal International. Lloyd Bridges from Robert Stillman's picture Sound of Fury. And David Wayne, who stars in 20th Century Fox Will You Love Me in December. Say, that's quite a list, Hedda.
Gene, tonight I think it's appropriate for you to tell a story. A story about your town, my town, and their town. A star is born, remember?
Of course I do. And this is our cast. These 5 people.
David Wayne, you play a young assistant director at the start of the story, so come over here. Read the playbill, please.
I certainly will, Hedda. Mala Powers will play Esther Blodgett. Barry Sullivan will be Norman Maine. Jeff Chandler as Oliver Niles. And Lloyd Bridges as Libby, the publicity man.
Thanks, David. Take it over, Gene.
Oh, don't go away, Hedda. There's a part later for you, too. And guess what? The grandmother. Ready, everyone? Music? A star is born. You remember the picture. All about Hollywood. The tinsel, the glamour, the heartache. The end of the rainbow in many young girls' dreams. In this case, a young girl from a farm in the Middle West. A girl named Esther Blodgett.
Listen, sister. In the first place, I'm not a director. I'm an assistant director. In the second place, if I had any jobs to give away, I'd confer one on myself. In the third place, your chances for a job are 1 in 100,000. And in the fourth place, you should have stayed at home in the first place. Now get out of here. You're too broke and you're too nice. Go home, will you?
No. I'm going to be a star. As big as Clark Gable or Joan Crawford or even Norman Maine.
Norman Maine. A star way, way up in the Hollywood sky. But a star beginning to lose its luster. Then, as it sometimes happens in this magic town, the wide-eyed Cinderella met her Prince Charming.
Thanks for bringing me home, Mr. Maine.
Esther, you don't have to go right in. You've got very pretty hair.
Have I?
And a sensitive mouth and a charming little...
Don't.
What's the matter, Esther? Disappointed in me?
Yes.
Why?
Well, you drink too much. And you aren't quite like what I thought you'd be.
I bet I know what you're going to say now.
What?
Good night.
Well, good night and thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? My grandmother gave me her life savings so I'd have the chance. And look at you. Why, you've been on top for years.
And it's very slippery up there. Slippery and very, very lonely. Now, I'd like to go into that matter rather thoroughly. I might get you to meet my producer, Oliver Niles.
Oh, that's awfully nice of you.
So, why don't we go up to my place, talk it over?
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say goodnight.
Look, Esther, on the screen, I'm, well, you know. In private life, I'm, well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Good night, Esther.
Oliver Niles speaking. What is it? Oh, May. Norman. What have you done now? You're not in jail, are you? Oh, so it's that again. Yeah, she's beautiful. I know. You want me to give her a screen test? Sure. Sincerity, honesty, trustworthiness. Huh? Of course I'm awake. What are you so fired up about anyway? What have you been drinking tonight? Esther Blodgett.
Now, look, Mr. Niles, I write publicity. I don't christen babies the wolf drags.
Oh, let me be quiet. Esther Victoria Blodgett. Esther Victoria. Vicky. How about Vicky? Only Vicky what?
How about Vicky? Pronounced Wiki.
Now, shut up. Esther, Bester, Sester, Dester, Fester.
Yeah, that's it, Fester. That's very pretty. Hey, boss, you're crazy. Just because you like the dame scream.
But she's different, I tell you. She'll be great. Gester, Hester, Jester, Lester. Vicky Lester. That's it. Get to work. This girl is going to be a star.
Yes, Vicky was on her way. A star had been born. Sometimes in Hollywood it happens that way. And sometimes other things happen there, too.
Us, Esther, the two of us? But, well, you're too young to make a mistake. A man can't throw away his life the way I've thrown away mine and have anything left that's, well, good enough.
That's not true, Norman. That's not true.
You mustn't tell me that, Esther. I'm so afraid I'll believe it.
Believe this, darling. Oh, I'll be very proud to be Mrs. Norman May.
Yes, Cinderella won Prince Charming. But Hollywood loves its little touches of irony. A star is born, a star is dying. And as time went on, even the happiness he had with Vicky couldn't shut Norman Main's eyes to what was going on.
Hello? Oh, yes, Movie Screen Magazine. Well, I'd be glad to give you an appointment for... Oh, I see. You just want to interview my wife. Of course. Hey, bartender, now look, what if you haven't seen me for a long time? These are my free days, aren't they? I'm not overworked, so give me a drink, huh? A double.
So, this is where the great man in the skid spends his time now, huh? Santa Anita.
Hello, Libby. Take it easy, huh?
Well, I've had a couple myself, and I don't have to write your publicity anymore. I'm not your sanatorium. Nobody cares about your scrapes anymore, so why pretend? It's only your wife who pretends these.
Shut up, will you? I said leave me alone.
What are you sore about? You're fixed nice and comfortable. You got a wife to live off, haven't you? Vicky still buys you drinks.
Why, you...
Oh, no, you don't, you flabby.
Hey, what's going on here?
It's all right. Don't bother to throw him out. He's just a harmless has-been.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Academy, my husband was detained tonight by illness. But he said if I did win an Oscar, I should be sure to make a nice speech. Well, now all I can think of is thank you. It's just so much the greatest thing that could ever happen to an actress.
Hey, free speech, my dear. Very pretty. And I want to be the first to congratulate you on a valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. Now, I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy, fellow suckers, I got one of those once for the best performance. It don't mean a thing. People get them every year. What I want is a special award, something nobody else can get. I want a statue for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statues for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last masterpieces of mine knows I've earned them. And what I'm here to find out, ladies and gentlemen, is do I get them? Oh, do I get them? Excuse me. Well, answer me, yes or no?
Came back here, Vicky.
He's asleep right in there. He's been sleeping nearly all the day, Oliver. Oh, it's so awful to see this happen to somebody you love and know in your heart that there's nothing you can do about it.
Do you still love him, Vicky, or do you feel sorry for him?
It's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help. I know you'll understand after last night. I can't do any more pictures. I'm going away for good with Norman.
Vicky, you can't do that. You're at the very peak of your success. It's your life you're giving up, Vicky.
So I can try to get Norman back here.
But, Vicky, you'll never...
Don't get out of here, Oliver. Go on, leave me alone.
All right, Vicky. Hey, what's this?
Norman, I thought you were asleep.
Sure, I was asleep.
You didn't hear what Oliver said.
Was Oliver here? Darling, look at me. This is Maine coming in to apologize again.
Oh, no, dearie. Really, it's not you.
Well, what other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a scene with myself.
Now, look, I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll promise to brace up if you'll go on the wagon.
Well, I guess I have been drinking too much.
You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with big muscles and everything?
Uh-huh.
Are you going to join the YMCA?
No, it costs too much. No, darling, I'm going wading in our front yard. Malibu has some advantages.
But swimming, darling, are you sure you...
I love you very much, Mrs. Maine. Could you have a some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup, darling. Ready and waiting.
Sure. When I come back. Goodbye, darling.
He's dead, don't you understand? He's dead. I can't go on. My heart isn't in anything anymore. Those awful people at the funeral tearing my clothes, wanting my autograph. Of course I'm going to quit. I'm going home. You can't stop me.
Stop it, Esther. Stop it. I'm your grandmother. Now you listen to me. So your husband had an accident and was drowned. Well, I told you when you were little that mine was killed by an Indian. I told you when I gave you the money to come here, if you get what you want, you have to give your heart in exchange. You said you were willing, remember? Well, maybe you got more than you bargained for. More fame, success, even more personal happiness. Yes, and maybe more unhappiness. But you made a bargain. Tragedy is the test of courage, Esther. If you can meet it bravely, it will leave you bigger than it found you. If you can't, then all your life you'll live with a coward, because no matter where you run, you can never run away from yourself, from the quitter. Well, Esther, this is Hollywood. Not much different from the rest of the world. So what are you going to do about it?
I saw Vicky Lester just a few weeks after that. Where was it? Well, at the premiere of her latest picture, naturally. At Grauman's Chinese, right here in Hollywood. I'll never forget what she said to the announcer when he saw her coming and told the crowd it was their beloved Vicky Lester approaching the microphone.
Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
Yes, stars are born, but it takes more than nativity to make them survive. The road to fame in pictures is mighty rocky. The highway of survival after arrival is torturous. Think back over the years on the new faces that have flashed on and off the marquees. It's the public and your determination that will keep you on top. You youngsters of today have a very difficult job. Today, in addition to your battle for survival in the public eye, you face the great conflict confronting all of us, our country's survival in a world of hate and suspicion. Young and old, we're all in this battle together, and whether we win or lose is a gain in the laps of you youngsters. So we salute all you talented, earnest young people throughout the land. And on this New Year's Eve, it might be auspicious for all of us to sit down for a moment and reflect. Because it's our country's survival that's at stake. And let's ask ourselves this question: are we ready?
Next week, NBC will again bring you Hedda Hopper with news of the stars and the stars that make news. Two of America's top songwriters will tell the story behind the song the world will hear at the premiere of The Halls of Montezuma. And there will be visits with Gordon MacRae, Richard and Ruth Conti, and Dorothy Lamour.
Happy New Year, everybody!
And make a date for next Sunday for Hedda Hopper's Hollywood. From the ringside seat, the desk by the window looking right down on Hollywood and Vine. The Hedda Hopper Show is an FMV production directed by Gil Faust and with music by Frank Worth. The use of A Star Is Born was through the courtesy of Edward L. Apperson, producer of The Sword of Monte Cristo, starring George Montgomery and Paula Corday. Sword of Monte Cristo will be released in February by 20th Century Fox. This is Art Baker bidding you good night.
Theater Guild on the Air presents David Copperfield, offered by the United States Steel Hour. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens, starring Boris Karloff, Flora Robson, Cyril Ritchard, Hugh Williams, and Richard Burton. Helping to build a better America through better steels and products of steel is the job of the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel. Look for our trademark, USS, on any steel product. It's your guide to quality steel. And now, as the lights go down at the Belasco Theater in New York, here speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers, is Roger Pryor with a word about our play and players.
Tonight, for this Christmas Eve, the Theater Guild on the Air brings you David Copperfield, the best-loved of Charles Dickens' immortal novels, played for you by a brilliant all-star cast from Broadway's leading stage successes. As Uriah Heep, you'll hear Boris Karloff, now starring in Peter Pan. As Aunt Betsy Trotwood, Flora Robson, star of Black Chiffon. Our Mr. Micawber is Cyril Ritchard, star of The Relapse, and Hugh Williams, star of The Cocktail Party, as Mr. Wickfield. Richard Burton of The Ladies Not for Burning is David Copperfield, who tells us his own story. Our featured players are Isabel Elsom of The Curious Savage as Peggotty, Brenda Forbes of Ring Around the Moon as Mrs. Micawber, and David Cole of The Innocents, who plays David as a boy. We raise the curtain now on David Copperfield, adapted for radio by Robert Anderson and directed by Homer Fickett.
Whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I record that I was born, as I've been informed and believed, on a Friday at 12 o'clock at night. It was remarked that the clock began to strike, and I to cry simultaneously. To the enormous disappointment of my great aunt, Betsy Trotwood, I was born a boy, and therefore was named not Betsy Trotwood Copperfield, but in memory of my recently deceased father, David Copperfield. My first years were happy ones, presided over by my child of a mother with her pretty hair and youthful shape, and by Peggotty, our maid, who had no shape at all, and whose buttons popped off her dress at the slightest exertion.
Come along, Davy, and dance with David, with Peggotty and me. Peggotty will lose her buttons, Mother.
Law, young Davy's right.
Well, then she'll just have to pop them. Here we go, round and round and round.
But the happiness was abruptly ended by the gentleman with the black whiskers, whom my mother married in my 9th year, Mr. Edward Murdstone, who brought into our carefree home his tyrannical doctrine of firmness.
Now, Clara, be firm with the boy. Either he knows his lessons or he does not know them.
I'm afraid he does not know them, do you, Davy? I can do them when it's just you here, Mother, but not when...
And what do you mean by that, I'd like to know?
Edward, you must give him time to get accustomed to you and your manner.
Very well. Master David, I'll give you a sum to do.
Please say it slowly, sir.
Why, of course. If I go into a cheesemonger's shop and buy 5,000 double Gloucester cheeses at 4pence halfpenny each, present payment, and then I buy...
I can't do it. I can't.
Ah, you won't do it, you mean. You're obstinate.
Please, Edward.
Come along with me. Come along.
Where are you taking him?
I tell you, Clara, I have often been flogged myself. Get in there, David.
Please don't. Please don't. Mr. Murdstone, sir, pray don't beat me. I've tried.
Have you indeed? Well, then, try that.
Oh,
and that. And... Ah! Oh, you bite, do you? I'll show you what we do to animals that bite.
For having bitten Mr. Murdstone's hand, I was sent away, over my mother's protests, sent away to school, where my chief humiliation was that upon arrival the headmaster, Mr. Creakle, who never spoke above a whisper, said to me,
"Turn around, young man."
What are you doing, Mr. Creakle?
I'm pinning a sign on your back, by order of Mr. Murdstone.
Pray, sir, what kind of sign?
A sign to warn the other boys what kind of a wretch you are.
What does the sign say, if you please, sir?
It says, "Beware this boy. He bites."
Not long after my humiliation at Mr. Creakle's school, I was called back to my home. My mother was ill, her gentle spirit broken by Mr. Murdstone. I had been home a few days when one night Peggotty came to my room.
Davy, are you asleep?
What's the matter, Peggotty?
Oh, my poor precious Davy.
Is it Mama, Peggotty?
Aye.
Does she want me?
She wanted you, and he wouldn't let you come to her.
I'll go to her now.
No, David, no. Come here.
Peggotty, Mama isn't worse, is she?
Yes. My precious little Davy.
Much worse?
Yes.
Peggotty, Mama's dead? Mama's dead? Oh.
Now, listen to me, David. I have made arrangements for you to go to London to be employed by Murdstone and Grinby in the wine trade.
But, Mr. Murdstone, the boy is barely 10 years old and his mother dead.
Peggotty, if you please. If he has to fight his way in this world, he might as well start as young as possible. Don't you agree, David?
Yes, sir.
Very well. You must live entirely on what you earn. Now you will leave tomorrow morning. The cartman, Barkis, will fetch you and take you to London, where you will lodge with Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins Micawber.
Mr. Barkis, will you have another piece of cake?
You'd better save some for when you get to London.
Oh, no. They're for the trip.
Did she make 'em now, the cakes?
Peggotty, do you mean, sir?
Ah, her that's seen you all.
Oh, yes. She makes all our pastry and does all our cooking.
Does she, though? No sweethearts, I believe. No person walks with her.
Oh, no. She's never had a sweetheart.
Didn't she, though? So she makes all the apple pasties and does all the cooking, does she?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. Perhaps you might be writing to her?
Oh, yes, I will be.
If you was writing to her, perhaps you'd recollect to say Barkis is willing. Would you?
Is that all the message?
Yes, that's all. Just Barkis is willing.
I arrived in London in the afternoon and was already at work washing, corking, and labelling wine bottles in the rat-infested warehouse of Murdstone and Grinby, when, looking up, I saw coming towards me a stranger. He was a jaunty, stoutish, middle-aged person in a brown coat and black tights and shoes, with no more hair on his head than there is upon an egg.
Do I have the pleasure of addressing Master Copperfield?
Why, yes, sir.
I am that person at whose house you are to reside during your stay in London. In short, I am Mr. Wilkins Micawber.
Oh, Mr. Micawber.
And the impression that your peregrinations in this metropolis have not as yet been extensive, and that you might have some difficulty in penetrating the arcana of the modern Babylon. In short, that you might lose yourself. I should be happy to call this evening and install you in the knowledge of the nearest way home.
As we reached home that evening, it soon was clear to me that Mr. Micawber owed money to almost every tradesman in London.
Hurry up, Micawber!
Gentlemen! Blood cannot be obtained from a stone. Neither can anything on account be obtained at the present from Wilkins Micawber. In short, you are wasting your time. In short, good day. Get inside, Master Copperfield.
Mr. Micawber, I was worried for you.
Ah, my darling Emma.
Mr. Micawber, no matter what may come, I will never desert you.
Oh, I'm deeply touched, my dear. Master Copperfield, may I present the partner of me joys and sorrows, the bosom of me affections, in short, Mrs. Micawber.
How much I suffered as a child of 10, working as a labouring hind in the dregs of London, is beyond my power to tell. With my meagre earnings, I could afford only a penny loaf and a pennyworth of milk for breakfast, and often had no dinner at all. My only real happiness came with the Micawbers.
Master Copperfield, I never thought before I was married to Mr. Micawber, when I lived with Papa and Mamma, that I should ever find it necessary to take a lodger.
Are your Mamma and Papa still alive, Mrs. Micawber?
Her Mamma departed this life before my difficulties commenced. Her Papa lived to bail me out of jail several times and then expired, regretted by a numerous circle.
The twins want their supper.
Oh, and so do we, and so do we.
There's nothing in the house but a crust of bread and a piece of cheese.
Oh.
Perhaps, Master Copperfield.
I think I could just manage to loan you a shilling.
Oh, no, my dear Master Copperfield. But you could render us another kind of service, if you will. I've a few of Mamma's teaspoons I haven't pawned yet.
Oh, Emma, please.
Mr. Micawber's feelings would never allow him to dispose of them, and I'm tied down with the twins just now. I wonder if you would see what you could get for them.
Why, of course, Mom. Though I wish you'd accept a shilling from me.
Oh, not just now, Copperfield, thank you.
Mr. Micawber, what do you do? I mean, I have not been able to learn. What is your work?
Me work? Why, at the moment I'm engaged in keeping myself in readiness in case anything should turn up.
But in the month that followed, nothing did turn up for Micawber, except eventually the constable who took him off to debtor's prison. One night, I went to the prison to talk with Mr. Micawber. I found Mrs. Micawber and the twins visiting him.
You have come just in time for good news, Master Copperfield.
What is that, Mrs. Micawber?
Micawber's to be set free in 6 weeks.
And then I have no doubt I shall begin to be beforehand with the world and live in a perfectly new manner, if in short anything turns up.
What will you do when you are free of prison?
Well, I'm journeying into the country where dear Emma's family have some influence.
And do you go with him too, Mrs. Micawber?
I never will desert Mr. Micawber. He has his faults. I do not deny that he is improvident. I do not deny that he has kept me in the dark as to his resources and his liabilities. But I never will desert Mr. Micawber.
There, Emma, me angel. What's the matter?
I never will desert you, Micawber.
Oh, my life, I'm perfectly aware of it now. There.
Mr. Micawber?
Yes, Copperfield?
Since you are going away, I have thought that perhaps I would go away too, to my great-aunt's cottage in Dover.
Oh, what is this great-aunt's name?
Miss Betsy Trotwood.
She's not in my circle of acquaintances. Well then, Copperfield, I've nothing to bestow upon you at parting but advice. And that advice is never to do tomorrow what you can do today. Procrastination is a thief of time. Collar him.
I shall try my best, sir.
My other advice. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £19, 19 shillings. Result, happiness. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £20 plus sixpence. Result, misery. The blossom is blighted, the leaf is withered, the god of day goes down upon the dreary scene, and in short, you're flawed forever, as I am. And so, Copperfield, farewell.
The Dover Road is a beautiful road, but not to a penniless little boy who must trudge every inch on foot. Each milestone might well have been my gravestone, except that I was determined to reach my great-aunt Betsy Trotwood's cottage in Dover. More dead than alive, I at last knocked feebly on her door.
Hello? What's this? Go away! Go along, no boys here.
If you please, Mom.
You're one of those miserable boys that rides the donkeys across my garden. Go along.
If you please, Aunt.
People are always riding donkeys through my garden.
If you please, Aunt, I am your nephew.
Aunt? Mercy. Hold me up, somebody. Help me. Janet.
Please, Aunt. It's the truth.
What's the matter, Miss Trotwood?
Donkeys? This boy.
I am David Copperfield of Blunderstone, where you came on the night when I was born and saw my dear Mamma.
This is the boy that should have been a girl.
Since my Mamma died, I have been taught nothing and thrown upon myself and put to work not fit for me. And so I've run away to you from London.
Oh, mercy on us, the poor boy. What shall we do, Janet?
Wash him and put him to bed.
Exactly so. A brilliant suggestion. Exactly so.
My aunt wrote to Mr. Murdstone to pay a call so that they might decide what was to become of me.
I am here, Miss Trotwood, to take David back, to dispose of him as I think proper.
To dispose of him? What a way to talk of a child.
I am here to take him away. If he is not ready to go, my doors are shut against him henceforth.
Are they now?
Yes.
Then mine shall be open to him.
And what do you intend to do with the wretch?
I shall send him to school in Canterbury. where he can live with my good friend and lawyer, Mr. Whitfield. Finest man I know.
Miss Trotwood, I
you
tell you...
may go when you like, Mr. Mercer. And in leaving, mind you don't ride your donkey through my garden.
And so my good Aunt Betsy sent me off to Canterbury to school, but not before giving me some advice, which I've always tried to heed.
Remember, David, never be mean in anything. Never be false, never be cruel. Avoid these 3 vices, and I can always be hopeful for you.
The great bells of the cathedral at Canterbury were ringing as I arrived at the home of Mr. Whitfield, with whom I was to stay. He came towards me, a fine, generous, hearty man.
Master Copperfield, I am delighted to welcome you to my home.
How do you do, Mr. Whitfield? My Aunt Betsy sends her regards.
Thank you, David. And now I should like to present to you my little housekeeper and beloved daughter, Agnes.
How do you do, David? How do you do, Agnes?
Agnes has presided over my household since her dear mother died.
Papa.
Agnes knows it saddens me to talk of my departed wife. And here comes the 3rd member of our household, my trusted law clerk, Uriah Heep.
Oh, Mr. Whitfield, sir. I'm far too humble to be included as one of your household. Far too humble.
Oh, Uriah, that's rubbish. Shake hands with Master Copperfield.
Oh, indeed, if he'll be so kind as to give me his hand. There. You see how he withdraws his hand? It's unpleasant for him to shake hands with such an humble person.
Oh no, sir. It's not that. It's just...
Papa, shall I show David his room?
Yes, my dear. And Uriah, take Master Copperfield's things for him. They're too heavy for him to handle alone.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Whitfield, sir. It'll be my pleasure.
Mr. Whitfield?
Yes, David?
Uriah's hand. It's cold and bony, like a skeleton.
Thus was I welcomed into the Whitfield household, as a son and as a brother, a warm, friendly household, over which Uriah Heep seemed to hover like some great, evil bat. Innocent as I was, even at the age of 11, I think I sensed his hypocrisy.
You're working late tonight, Uriah.
Master Copperfield, like you, I'm studying. I'm improving my legal knowledge.
I suppose you are quite a great lawyer.
Me, Master Copperfield? Oh, no, I'm a very humble person. But I've much to be thankful for in living with Mr. Whitfield. For it's Mr. Whitfield's intentions to give me my articles, which would otherwise not lie within the humble means of mother and self.
Perhaps you'll be a partner in Mr. Whitfield's business one of these days. And it'll be Whitfield and Heep.
Oh, no, Master Copperfield. I'm much too humble for that.
You two having a pleasant talk?
Oh, yes, Mr. Whitfield, sir. Very pleasant.
I saw the light in here, and I wanted to make sure that you understood what work you are to do tomorrow,
I think I do, sir.
You have the routine accounts to draw up, but the most important thing is to make a report to Miss Trotwood of how we are handling her investment.
Oh, yes, sir. That's what I understood.
Good night, then. Good night, David.
Good night, sir.
Oh, a most excellent man.
Do you find studying the law easy, Uriah?
It's hard for me sometimes, but I don't know what it might be to a gifted person. There are Latin terms that are trying to a reader of my humble attainments.
Well, I could teach you Latin as I learn it.
Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield. I'm sure it's very kind of you to offer, but I'm much too humble to accept it.
Oh, that's nonsense, Uriah.
Oh, no, sir. There are people enough to tread upon me in my lowly state without me doing outrage to their feelings by possessing learning. Learning ain't for me. A person like myself had better not aspire. If he's to get on in life, Master Copperfield, he must get on humbly.
So passed my school days. Days of happiness. Days with Agnes, my counselor and friend. Suddenly, they were over, and I was 17 and bidding Agnes goodbye before I left for London to seek my fortune.
We'll miss you, David, when you go away. The house will not be like itself.
Nor shall I be like myself, dear Agnes, without you. I seem to lack my right hand when I miss you, dear sister.
Dear sister?
Yes, for you've guided me like a sister. Do you mind my calling you that?
No, I don't mind. Although I wish...
What, Agnes?
Nothing, David. You may call me sister, if that's how you feel towards me.
Oh, I do. And even though I'm in London, I shall continue to confide in you as a sister. Whenever I fall into trouble or when I fall in love in earnest, I shall always tell you.
And I shall be waiting to listen.
I wonder that you were not in love in earnest by this time, Agnes.
Perhaps I am.
But you can't be. There is no one hereabouts deserves to love you.
I did not say that he loved me.
You are teasing me with riddles, Agnes. Just mind you don't marry someone without my consent.
I promise you, I shall marry no one unless it is someone you approve of.
Goodbye, Agnes. Will I see you in London?
Yes, David, from time to time. So that you may tell me when you fall in love. In earnest.
You are listening to David Copperfield, produced by the Theatre Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
We pause now for station identification. Now the curtain rises on the second act of David Copperfield, starring Boris Karloff as Uriah Heep, Flora Robson as Betsy Trotwood, Cyril Richard as Mr. Micawber, Hugh Williams as Mr. Wickfield, and Richard Burton as David.
I had been in London barely a month when I had need of Agnes, for I'd fallen in love in earnest. Mr. Spenlow, under whom I was training for the law, had taken me to his house for a Saturday and Sunday. He sent me on into the house alone. And there, standing in the hall, with a little dog clutched in her arms, was an apparition of brown curls, blue ribbon, and frilly white lace.
You must be Mr. Copperfield. I'm Dora Spenlow.
She may have said more, but I didn't hear it. All was over in a moment. I'd fulfilled my destiny. I'd loved Dora Spenlow to distraction. I was gone headlong before I'd sense to say a word to her. It was not until the next morning, when we met in the garden, that I spoke to her.
Good morning, Mr. Copperfield.
You are out early, Miss Spenlow.
My governess is so stupid. She talks such nonsense about it being necessary for the day to be aired before I come out. Aired. Besides, it's the brightest time in the whole day, don't you think so?
It's very bright for me now, though it had been very dark to me a minute ago.
Do you mean a compliment? Or that the weather has really changed, Mr. Copperfield?
Well,
Where's Jip? Jip has saved you more embarrassment, Mr. Copperfield, haven't you, Jip? Why is there all this talk about my needing a governess to protect me, when little Jip here can protect me a great deal better? Can't you?
He's a very nice little dog.
He's much better than a cross old governess who follows us about and tries to teach us sums and all sorts of practical things.
Do you suppose he'd allow me to pet him?
I do believe Jip is jealous of you, Mr. Copperfield. Jip, are you jealous of Mr. Copperfield?
When I wrote to Agnes, telling her of my happiness with Dora, she answered with sweet encouragement. but always there was a note of mystery and sadness when she wrote about her own life. The reason for this I learned one evening when Uriah Heep came from Canterbury and called on me in my rooms.
Master Copperfield, I mean Mr. Copperfield. You've heard something, I dare say, of a change in my expectations?
No, I have not.
Oh, then I shall have the pleasure myself. Actually, it was you who prophesied.
Prophesied what?
Don't you remember saying to me once that perhaps it might one day be Wickfield and Heap?
What do you mean?
And I recollect saying that I was much too humble and...
Uriah, tell me, what do you mean?
Why, I mean that now it is Wickfield and Heap.
No.
Oh, what a worthy man is Mr. Wickfield, but how imprudent.
Imprudent?
Oh, Master Copperfield, it's not for an humble person like myself to talk of such a worthy as Mr. Wickfield. I've only to allude to his imprudence in the matter of drinking.
But surely he can't.
Oh, my, yes, Master Copperfield. If anyone else had been in my place during the last year, by this time he'd have had Mr. Wickfield under his thumb. Quite under his thumb.
But you, I suppose you
are
not...
I, Master Copperfield. I have been but his humble helper.
I must see Agnes about this, and at once.
Oh, I wish you would. She's here in London. She's lovely, isn't she, Master Copperfield?
She is superior in all respects to anyone around her.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for
There is
that.
no reason why you should thank me.
Oh, Master Copperfield. Humble as I am, humble as my mother is, the image of Miss Agnes has been in my breast for years.
Best not talk like this, Uriah.
Oh, with what a pure affection do I love the ground my Agnes walks on.
Have you mentioned this to her?
Oh, no, Master Copperfield. My Agnes is very young, and I still have to work my way upward. I'm only just emerging from my lowly station.
No matter what your station, she would never consent.
Master Copperfield, I rest a good deal of hope on her observing how useful I am to her father. She's so much attached to her father that I think she may come on his account to be friendly to me.
So that's your scheme.
And I'm telling it you, Master Copperfield, so that you will not unconsciously go against me. I know that you wouldn't wish to make unpleasantness in the family. Would you, Master Copperfield?
Agnes, I've just come from Uriah Heep. How did your father...
It's too horrible to talk about, David. But you saw how Father night after night sat morosely mourning Mother's death, seeking refuge from his sorrows in the ever-present bottle of port.
So it was that.
Uriah saw it too. And little by little he exploited Papa's weaknesses. When I would lock up the wine, he would get Papa more.
Agnes, my dear.
He finally made himself indispensable to Papa. And then he told him he was going away, unless Papa cared to make some other arrangement with him.
That other arrangement being the partnership. Oh, it's incredible.
Yes, and horrible. For since that time, Papa is actually afraid of him.
Your father, afraid of Uriah Heep?
Yes. Oh, there's something between them. Some mystery I do not understand, and probably never shall.
Oh, Agnes, let me help you.
David, please. The only way you can help us is to be kind to Uriah.
Kind to him? But you know what he plans,
It makes no difference. We have no other choice. Because Papa and I, horrible as it is to say, Papa and I, we are in his power.
For the next month, I lived on Dora and coffee. When I wasn't calling on Dora, I was working hard that I might be worthy of Dora. As for Agnes, I didn't tell her of Uriah Heep's plans for her, because I knew it would distress her. And since Uriah had yet to work his way up a little more, I thought I had time. Meanwhile, I had a letter from that master of all letter writers, Micawber.
You find me, my dear Copperfield, engaged in the sale of corn upon commission. However, it's not an avocation of remunerative description. In other words, it does not pay. I am, however, delighted to add that I now have an immediate prospect of something turning up.
To hear of his prospects, I invited Micawber and his wife to my rooms for dinner.
As we are quite confidential here, Mr. Copperfield, I should like to have your opinion as to what branch of endeavour a man of Mr. Micawber's talents is likely to succeed in.
You embarrass me, my dear Emma.
If my opinion can be of help, I should be glad to give it.
I may have a conviction, Mr. Copperfield, that Mr. Micawber's manner qualifies him for the banking business.
Mr. Micawber feels that if he had a deposit at the banking house, my manner, as representing that banking house, would inspire confidence in her.
But if the various banking houses refuse to avail themselves of Mr. Micawber's abilities, what is the use of dwelling on that idea?
In short, Copperfield, my wife is convinced, and she's convinced me, that things cannot be expected to turn up of themselves. We must, in a measure, assist them in turning up.
So, here is Mr. Micawber with a great talent. I should say genius, but that may be the partiality of a wife.
Emma, my dear.
It's true.
What Mrs. Micawber is trying to say is that here I am with my capacities and without suitable employment. Now, where does the responsibility rest? Clearly on society.
Oh, it does indeed.
And so it appears to her, Copperfield, that what I should do is to throw down the gauntlet to society and say, in effect, show me who will take that up.
I quite agree, but how is this to be done?
By advertising. Mr. Micawber has to advertise in all the papers for a position worthy of his talent.
I feel I must do this, Copperfield, in justice to myself, in justice to my family, and in justice to society.
Shortly after I loaned Mr. Micawber the money to pay for his advertisement, I had cause to regret my extravagance. For my aunt, Betsy Trotwood, upon whose generous bounty I had been living, came to London with sad news.
These are comfortable rooms you have here, David.
They're as reasonable as I could find out.
That's just as well, because from now on I shall be living here with you.
As a chaperone, Aunt?
What makes you say that?
You were cross that Dora and I are engaged.
Oh, of course I'm not cross. Though I think you are a little blind.
Blind?
Yes, blind as to where your true love lies.
Aunt, I know Dora and I are young and inexperienced, but we love one another truly.
Poor little couple. You think you are formed for one another and to go through a party, supper table kind of life like two pretty pieces of confectionery.
Aunt, have you come to stay with me to dissuade me from Dora?
No, David. I've come to stay with you because I'm ruined.
Ruined?
Yes. It's a frumpy, grumpy story, David, but suffice it to say that I invested unwisely and am ruined.
But Mr. Whitfield handles all your...
No, these I invested myself. Mr. Whitfield had, nothing to do with it. Oh, David, I know this alters your plans somewhat. I don't know what your Dora will say.
Nor I.
But we must meet reverses boldly and not suffer them to frighten us, my dear. We must learn to act the play out. We must live misfortune down.
Don't you? Look down. Davy has something to say to me.
Dora?
Yes, Dodie?
Dora, could you love a beggar?
How can you ask anything so foolish, Dodie?
Dora, my own dearest, I am a beggar.
Oh, how can you be such a silly thing? I'll make you bite you.
Dora, I am your ruined David. I have not a penny. I must tell you this and offer you release from our engagement if you want it.
Oh, Dodie, don't talk like that.
Oh, my sweet Dora, does that mean your heart is still mine?
Yes, Dodie. Only don't be dreadful. Don't be practical. Because when you're practical. It frightens me so.
Some time thereafter, I received a letter from Canterbury. I was surprised to see that the address was not in Agnes's handwriting. I opened the letter and was amazed to read...
My dear Copperfield, you may possibly not be unprepared to receive the information that as a result to me flinging down the gauntlet to society, in short, as a result of me advertising, something has turned up. In fact, my dear Copperfield, I stand pledged and contracted to your old friend Uriah Heep to assist him in the capacity of, well, to be his confidential clerk. Mrs. Micawber is convinced that giving me mind to a profession so adapted to me fertile resources and me flow of language, I must distinguish myself and may find myself ere long a judge or a chancellor. Looking forward to our early reunion, I am ever yours, Wilkins Micawber.
Curious at this turn of events, I travelled down to Canterbury to see Micawber in his new surroundings.
My dear Copperfield, to a man possessed of the higher imaginative powers, the objection to legal work is the amount of detail which it involves.
How do you find Mr. Heep as an employer?
All I can say is that my friend Heep has been most generous in advancing me financial assistance.
And Mr. Wickfield?
Mr. Wickfield is, I dare say, a man of very excellent intentions, but he is, in short, he is obsolete.
I'm afraid his partner seeks to make him so.
My dear Copperfield, I am here in a capacity of confidence. I would therefore suggest that in our intercourse we draw a line. On this side is the whole range of human intellect, with a trifling exception, and on the other is that exception, the affairs of Messrs. Wickfield and Heep.
He has won you over, hasn't he, Micawber?
Oh, don't close the door, Miss Wickfield. I'm just on my way to my humble dwelling. Good day, Copperfield. Miss Wickfield.
Ah, Agnes. How I've missed you lately.
Indeed. And so soon.
You were so much in the habit of thinking for me in the old days that my reliance is still on you.
But it must not be on me, David. It must be on someone else.
On Dora?
Of course. You still love her, don't you, David?
Oh, Agnes, you should see her. I've never seen such dancing blue eyes, such curls.
Yes, you do love her.
Are you sad that I'm in love, Agnes? You sounded sad.
Of course I'm not sad, David. I'm very happy for you.
Agnes, there's no one else but you to tell me. Dare I ask her to marry me?
If she will make you happy. If she will make you happy, I think you should ask her.
Oh, Agnes, you've never seen such adorable hands, such
I'm
exquisite...
sure, David. But you must tell us all about her at dinner. Now I must go to Father.
Oh, forgive me. In my happiness, I didn't ask.
You will see him at dinner. He is not the man you knew, David. He hardly dares to speak now without consulting Uriah with his eyes. But you shall see.
After dinner that evening, Mr. Wickfield, Uriah, and I were left at the table alone.
Mr. Wickfield, old friend and partner, let me fill your glass for another toast.
I think we have drunk enough toast, Uriah.
David, if Uriah wants us to drink another toast, perhaps we'd better.
But Mr. Wickfield...
We mustn't offend him, David.
There now, fellow partner, Master Copperfield, I am about to drink to the divinest of her sex.
Uriah, mind what you say.
I know I am but an humble individual to give you her health, but I admire her. I adore her.
Uriah?
No, Davy. Uriah has a right to toast his sweetheart if he will. Who is she, Uriah? To whom do we drink?
To Agnes Wickfield.
No!
Mr. Wickfield!
To be her father is a proud distinction, but to be her husband...
Stop! I will not stay here and listen to such blasphemy.
If I say I've an ambition to make your Agnes my Agnes, I have as good a right to it as any man.
You detestable serpent. Look at him, David. Look at my torturer. Under his influence, I have step by step abandoned name and reputation, peace and quiet, house and home. And now...
Mr. Wickfield, I have kept your name and reputation and your peace and quiet and your house and home.
Oh, David, David. What have I come down to since I first saw you in this house? Weak indulgence has ruined me. Indulgence in remembrance of my wife. And indulgence in forgetfulness offered by this. I have taken my last glass. I swear I have taken my last glass.
Oh, come now, Mr. Wickfield.
David, I'll tell you all about this fellow here.
Stop him, Copperfield, or he'll say things he'll be sorry to have said, and you'll be sorry to have heard.
I'll say anything. Why should I not be in all the world's power if I am in yours?
Because you have a daughter.
Scoundrel!
Now, let sleeping dogs lie. Who wants to rouse them? Can't you see? I'm as humble as can be.
Humble? Humble, you humble. You hypocrite.
Mr. Wickfield.
Well, Master Copperfield, I suppose you have sometimes plucked a pear before it was ripe.
Good night, Heath.
I did that tonight. But it'll ripen yet. It only wants attending to. I can wait.
And now weeks, months, seasons pass along. They seem little more than a summer day and a winter evening. Yet in that time I had been reasonably successful in my work, and above all else I had come of age and married Dora Spenlow. And I found marriage a strange condition. It was such a stupendous thing to know for certain that Dora put her hair up in papers. It was altogether such an astonishing event to see her do it. It was also a painful thing to wait dinner because of Dora's inability to manage the cook.
I did but see her passing by, and yet I'll love her till I die.
My dear, do you think the cook has any idea of time?
Why do you ask, Dodie?
Well, because it's 7 and we were to have dined at 6. Don't you think you should talk with the cook?
Oh, no, please, I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I'm such a silly, and she knows I am.
But, my love...
Oh, no, please. Don't be a naughty Bluebeard. Don't be serious.
My sweet, I'm only trying to reason with you.
But I didn't marry to be reasoned with. If you meant to reason with such a poor little girl as I am, you oughtn't have told me so, you cruel boy.
Dora, my darling.
No, I'm not your darling. Because you must be sorry you married me, or else you wouldn't reason with me.
I'm sorry, my love. I won't try to reason with you. I promise.
That's right, Dodie. Because reasoning makes me uncomfortable. And it's much better for me to be stupid than uncomfortable.
Aunt Betsy called her Little Blossom. And it seemed a gay name at first for my child wife, not meant for the cares and worries of this world. But when she took sick and weakened that winter, and I had to carry her up and down stairs, I thought, oh, what a fatal name it was, and how the blossom withered in its bloom upon the tree. And then, one night near the end, Dora called me to her side.
Dodie?
Yes, my darling?
Dodie, I'm going to say something I have often thought of. Will you mind?
Mind, my darling?
Perhaps you have often thought the same.
What is that, my dear?
I'm afraid I was too young.
Now, Dora.
Not just in years, but in experience and thoughts and everything.
Dora, don't.
I was such a silly little creature. I'm afraid it would have been better if we had only loved each other as boy and girl and forgotten it.
Oh, my Dora.
I have begun to think I was not fit to be a wife.
Soon after Dora's death, my mind was taken off my own troubles by a letter from Mr. Wickfield.
Dear David, Mr. Micawber, an old acquaintance of yours, I believe, has made some rather startling discoveries concerning the activities of Uriah Heep, and begs that you and your aunt travel to Canterbury to be present at what he characteristically calls an explosion. I am unable to take an active part in this, being confined to my bed with rheumatic fever. But I know that you will not fail me in this, my hour of need. Your friend, Wickfield.
Miss Betsy Trotwood, Mr. David Copperfield, calling on Mr. Heep.
Well, I'm sure this is an unexpected pleasure. Miss Trotwood, Master Copperfield.
Mr. Heep.
Things have changed in this office, Miss Trotwood, since I was an humble clerk at El Japone, ain't they? But I'm not changed, Miss Trotwood.
To tell you the truth, sir, I think you are pretty constant to the promise of your youth, if that's any satisfaction.
Oh, thank you for your good opinion. You needn't wait, Micawber. Won't you sit down, Miss Trotwood? David?
I prefer standing, thank you.
Micawber, did you hear me tell you not to wait?
Yes.
Then why do you wait?
Because I, in short, choose.
You're a dissipated fellow, as all the world knows, and I'm afraid you'll oblige me to get rid of you. Go along and I'll talk to you presently.
If there's a scoundrel with whom I've already talked too much, that scoundrel's name is Heep.
Why, you insolent...
Hold on, Uriah.
Sit down, Mr. Heep.
Oh, ho! So this is a conspiracy. You've met here by appointment.
They met here at the request of your no longer humble servant, Wilkins Micawber.
Master Copperfield, you always wear a puppy with a broad stomach even from your first coming here. And you envy me rise, do you?
Your rise.
Mr. Micawber, proceed with your charge.
I have written it all here in a brief letter.
Yes, and save the man. He'd write letters by the ream, even if it was a capital offence.
Are you going to listen to this scum's charges against me?
We are indeed. Proceed, Micawber.
Dear Miss Trotwood and gentlemen, in appearing before you to denounce probably the most consummate villain that has ever existed, I ask no consideration for myself. The victim from the cradle of pecuniary liabilities, to which I have been unable to respond, I have ever been the sport and toy of debasing circumstances. Ignominy, want, despair, madness have collectively or separately been the attendants of my career.
Madness indeed, and you listen to this wretch.
Under such circumstances, I entered the office of the firm, nominally under the appellation of Wickfield and Heep, but in reality wielded by Heep alone. Heep, and only Heep, is the forger and cheat.
The devil take you. Give me that letter.
Approach one step nearer, and if your head is human, I'll break it.
No. Get on with your charge, man.
I'll listen to no more of this.
You'll stay in this room, you heap of infamy. Now sit down there, Heep. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Forced as I was to avail myself of pecuniary advances offered by this contemptible Heep, I soon found myself by reason of numerous IOUs under his thumb. I then found that my services were constantly being called into requisition for the falsification of business and the mystification of Mr. Wickfield.
If you don't stop now...
Pray, Uriah, don't stop him now that he's getting at last to the point.
When Mr. Wickfield's faculties and memory for business became, through causes which it is not necessary or expedient for me to enter, weakened and confused, Heep obtained his signature to documents of importance, representing them to be other documents of no importance.
You shall prove this, Micawber.
The proof of this is at hand, as well as the proof that you systematically forged to various entries, books, and documents the signature of Mr. Wickfield.
Uriah Heep, you know what I want.
These are all lies.
Sit down, Heep.
I want my property.
But Aunt Betsy...
As long as I believed it had been made away with by Mr. Wickfield, I wouldn't breathe a syllable of its having been placed here for investment. Now that I know this fellow's answerable for it, I'll have it. David, come and take it away from him.
Everything will be taken from him in good time, Aunt.
Including his humbleness.
Where is your proof? Where is your proof?
There are the books and documents.
Ah, yes, if you had them, but you haven't. They're here in the safe. There, see where they... Where are they? They've gone.
Fancy that.
Some miserable thief has stolen the books.
They've come into Copperfield's possession. He has the power of attorney for Mr. Wickfield.
So you have them, do you? Well, what's to be done?
I will tell you what's to be done.
You, as Copperfield, no tongue?
You must make restoration of all you have stolen to the last farthing.
I won't do it. I won't do it. I may be humble, but I will not be put upon.
Micawber, you will go around to the Guildhall and bring a couple of officers.
Stop! Copperfield, I've always hated you. You've always been an upstart, and you've always been against me.
Micawber?
All right. I'll do what you want.
It is you, Uriah, who have been in your greed and cunning against the world. There never were greed and cunning in the world yet that did not do too much and overreach themselves. It is as certain as death.
Now then, Copperfield, I've not quite finished my letter. May I proceed?
Please do.
I have now concluded. It merely remains for me, with me ill-starred family, to disappear from the landscape on which we appear to be an encumbrance. Let it be in justice merely said of me, as of a gallant and eminent naval hero with whom I have no pretensions to cope, that what I have done I did in spite of mercenary and selfish objects, for England, home, and beauty. Yours, etc., 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 Wilkins Micawber.
Now my story nears its end. I have but to record that when Aunt Betsy regained her property, she paid off all Micawber's debts and sent him to start his life anew in Australia, where, by virtue of his diligence and application, he in time justified Mrs. Micawber's faith in him and became a magistrate. As for me, I returned to England after a year of travel, returned to recapture, if possible, a treasure I had unwittingly thrown away in my boyhood. And on Christmas Eve, I stood before the fire in the Wickfield parlour in Canterbury and watched Agnes.
David, why do you look at me so closely?
Try to guess your secret.
My secret?
Yes. Let me share it. My aunt has told me.
What has she told you?
That you are in love. That is your secret, isn't it?
If it is, it is not a new one.
Not new? Then I must know him.
You do, as well as you know yourself.
Myself? Agnes. Agnes, look at me.
Spare me my blushes, David.
Oh, Agnes, if you only knew. I went away loving you. I stayed away loving you, and I've returned home loving you.
Oh, David.
But I never dreamed that you could love me.
Didn't you know, David? Hadn't you ever guessed?
But when, my darling? When did you... when did it all...
I have loved you all my life.
The curtain has fallen on the Theatre Guild on-the-air production of David Copperfield, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation. We express our thanks to our stars: Boris Karloff as Uriah Heep, Flora Robson as Betsy Trotwood, Cyril Richard as Mr. Micawber, Hugh Williams as Mr. Wickfield, and Richard Burton as David. Our thanks also to our featured players: Isabel Elson as Peggotty, Brenda Forbes as Mrs. Micawber, and David Cole as the boy David, and to the other members of our cast whom you heard in these roles, as Agnes, Penelope Mundy, as Dora, Patricia Marmont, as Murdstone, John Merrivale, and as Barkis, Carl Harbord. And here is Roger Pryor with a word about next week's play.
Next week, New Year's Eve, with Van Heflin as our star, the Theatre Guild on the Air brings you State Fair, that heartwarming, robust, and truly American story that you remember as a successful novel and motion picture. Co-starring with Van Heflin, you'll hear Gene Lockhart, his wife, Kathleen Lockhart, and their daughter, June Lockhart, playing the roles of father, mother, and daughter in the story.
Remember, next week on the United States Steel Hour, State Fair, starring Van Heflin, Gene Lockhart, Kathleen Lockhart, and June Lockhart. And remember, too, that the trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. The Theatre Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with Armina Marshall executive producer. S. Mark Smith is editor. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jake Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Christmas present.
It is 2 p.m., December 21st, 4 days before Christmas in the Depression year of 1931. On a city street corner in North Texas, a man dressed as Santa Claus suddenly leaves his post beside a large red pot labeled Help the Poor. Shivering with cold, he enters the newly opened building of the Panhandle Equity Bank and approaches the bank guard.
Say, mister, do you mind if I stay here a few minutes, warm up a little?
I sure don't. I've been watching you through the window. Don't know how you stood it as long as you did.
Oh, this Santa Claus outfit's pretty warm at first, but then the cold sort of creeps in on you.
How long they expect you to stand out in that?
Oh, 8 to 2. 6 hours, that's all.
Well, it's 2 o'clock right now. You can go home.
Yeah, not till my relief man shows up, I can't. Can't wait till he gets here. Some money in the pot out there.
Oh. Well, why don't you wait right in here till you see?
Well, I was hoping you'd say that, because I'm sure... Oh, there he is now. Just drove up in the car.
Oh, you can't leave a car parked there in front of the bank. There's a time limit on parking.
Well, I think he's just wondering why I'm not there. I better go out and... Oh, he sees me. He's coming in.
Howdy.
Howdy. Was wondering when you get here. God let me come in and warm up.
I hope your Santa Claus suit is warmer than his. We'll be closed up by the time you need warming.
I don't think I'll get very cold. I've got a cool 45 in my pocket, pointed right for your belly. Now, don't move.
Oh, don't move, he said. Keep your hand away from your gun.
You guys are pulling the stick up.
No kidding. You figured that all out by yourself, stupid?
Let's make it a nice, quiet stick up, huh? Just walk to the rear of the bank with us, take us through the door to the money in the vault. Now, go on.
You'll never get away with this.
You're just trying to attract any attention. You never lived to know whether we're doing or not.
All right. Open that door.
The girl by the desk has to open it. It's button control.
Well, tell her you won't in.
Miss Keene.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lovett. Your Santa Claus friend's coming in with you?
Yeah.
We're so busy, I didn't even notice it. Something wrong, Mr. Lovett? You look kind of sick.
You'd be more than sick if you let out one yell.
They got guns in their pockets, Miss Keene.
Watch your mouth, sister. Nobody else can see us now. Take his gun.
I've got it.
Now, sister, whether he lives or not is up to you, understand?
What do you want me to do?
Open the case of those money trays. Get to it.
All right.
You got the sack. Tell her what to put in it. Stuff it into your jacket when you're through.
All right.
And remember, sis, One yap and this jerk gets it.
All right. Go on. Come on, step in the sack.
What are you going to do when you leave?
Come on, fast.
What do you mean? We'll give you a chance to get away. I mean, we won't yell or anything until you're gone. Honest.
Oh, yeah, that's real nice of you. Maybe you ought to be wearing the Santa Claus suit instead of me. You think I'm going to fall for... Hurry up, will you? One of the bank executives is heading back here.
All right. I'm almost through. As soon as I get it in my... Hey, what are you doing back here, Levitt? Why aren't you out front?
These Santa Claus fellas, Mr. Peabody, just wanted to...
Oh, what's the other one doing in the vault there? The scheme was
Then answer this question later. When and if he comes to. Congratulations on your self-control. You're liable to get medals for saving your own lives.
All right, let's go.
All right. Let's leave these people to quiet. Wait.
A statewide alarm was put out to all law enforcement agencies in a matter of minutes, but the perpetrators of the Santa Claus stick-up had vanished. Texas Ranger Jace Pearson, closest unit to the scene of the crime, was requested to investigate.
The chief of police gave me the general details. I'd like to get your story firsthand.
Well, I saw the guard take them through there, Ranger. I went back to see why he was leaving his post on the bank floor, and that's when I got hit.
You have any idea how big they were?
No, I don't. I was too excited.
I see. What's your name?
Leon Peabody. I'm second vice president.
Now, how about the girl, Miss Keene, and the guard, Lovett?
Both of them were knocked out, too. Miss Keene finally came to, and we sent her home, but they took Lovett to the hospital. He wasn't in good shape.
Skull fracture?
They don't know.
How come you stayed around? That's a nasty bump you've got.
I feel it, too. Plenty. Ooh. But I knew the police would need whatever information there is, so I stayed.
Yeah, you better sit down.
Oh, thanks.
You think you could recognize either of the hold-up men?
Dressed the way they were? I'm afraid not.
It's a cinch they chucked those Santa Claus suits right after they left here. I hope they left a few fingerprints.
Yeah, both of them were wearing gloves.
Oh. You get a tally on how much they made off with?
We're running a tape on it. We'll know in a couple of minutes.
The men who pulled this job worked pretty smoothly. They seem to know the setup behind the partitions there. Have any of your employees ever been in any trouble?
Those men weren't employees of the bank.
I know they weren't. But somebody inside could have supplied them with your new layout. Helped them plan the job.
Well, sir, all of our employees have been with us for at least a year, and we haven't taken on any new ones since we moved over here 2 months ago.
Mr. Peabody.
Oh, yes, Donnelly. Is that the rundown?
Yes, sir. 63,800. And we've got serial numbers on some of the larger bills.
Good. That'll help if they try to pass any. I'll take a copy of that list. Police can alert the other banks and merchants. We'll get numbers out on the statewide and interstate.
We may run down some more serial numbers when we cross-check your pockets.
That'll be fine. I think you ought to go home now, Mr. Peabody. We can reach you there if you're needed.
Oh, thank you. I guess I shouldn't even think about myself, though. I'm a bachelor, but the guard Lovett, he's got a wife and 3 children. Yeah. Pretty rotten Christmas present for them if he doesn't pull through.
I paid a call on Miss Keene, the girl who'd been slugged, but she was in a state of shock and hysteria. By nightfall, all possible angles had been checked, and we still didn't have a lead. My boss, Ranger Captain Stinson, flew in, and I met him at the airport and drove him to town.
You talked to all the welfare agencies that have Santa Clauses stationed on the streets?
Yeah, every man they have checked out clean. It was a phony setup, Captain. Even though one of the bandits spent the whole day right out in the corner outside the bank.
Oh, that was smart. Got the bank guard used to seeing them.
Yeah. City police are checking to see if they can find out where the suits came from and who got them.
Good idea. How's the bank guard doing?
Lovett? I checked the hospital. He's still out. No fracture, but they can't bring him around. He may have...
KTXA to Unit 10.
That's yours, Jason.
Yeah. Unit 10. Go ahead, KTXA.
City police report stolen car found in alley off Crockett Street between Maple and Lolly. Maybe car used in Panhandle Equity Bank robbery. Police chief requests your assistance.
10-4. Proceeding there immediately.
10-4.
Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
We better get there fast. This may be the break we need.
Here it is, Rangers, abandoned in the alley. prowl car spotted it and checked the license on the stolen car list.
When was it reported stolen, Chief?
Early this morning, but the owner says it might have been missing since yesterday. He's been away.
You check on him?
Yep, he's clear. That's where he said he was.
What makes you fellows think this is the car?
Found this on the floor, under the seat. Big red button.
Off a Santa suit, all right. I'm going to climb in behind the wheel for a second. Ask one of the men in the prowl car to flash his light this way.
Sure. Let's have a spotlight here, will you, boys?
Okay, Chief.
That do, Ranger?
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, have any of your men moved this rear vision mirror, Chief?
Nope.
How about this front seat? You slide it back to get that button you found?
No, just saw it under there, reached in and got it.
What are you trying to figure, Jace?
The last fellow who drove this car was pretty big, about an inch or inch and a half taller than I am.
What makes you think so?
Because the seat's all the way back where it would be for a tall driver. And I have to raise myself a bit to get a clear view through the rear vision mirror.
Well, that's good thinking, Jace.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't touch anything. Maybe he left the car just like it was when he stole it.
I'll give odds against that. A man who's getting away from a bank stick-up wants to know what's coming behind him. All roads out of the city had been under watch since the report of the robbery, so the men we were after figured to be close by. But all we knew was that one of them was about 6'3". In the morning, we made a routine check with police headquarters.
Good morning, Rangers.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, Chief. Your men come across anything?
I was just going to check through this report. Tells us the location of just about every Santa Claus suit in town. All of them belong to organizations, use them for their Christmas parties. Because once in a while they let some private individual borrow them for a kid party or something, as if they put up deposit money.
You got a list of the places that have loaned suits out and who got them?
That's top paper. I was just starting to check it. You look if you like.
Thanks.
Looks like we might be adding a murder charge to the armed robbery, Captain.
Oh, thank God. Dead?
Not yet, but it looks bad. They're operating for a blood clot on the brain.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Jace?
I think we've got a boy to talk to. Look at this list. 2 suits borrowed from 2 different organizations, but both borrowed by the same man, Anthony Ross, 124 Petagrosa Street.
Say, that's worth looking into, Jace. Come on. Let's pick him up.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Christmas Present, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The home of Anthony Ross at 124 Petagrosa Street turned out to be a rundown shack on the outskirts of town. A small boy and girl, not dressed well enough against the cold, stopped playing with a mongrel dog as we drove up. They stared at us while we went up the rickety porch, the dog barking at our heels.
It's all right, boy. It's all right. Take it easy. Good boy. There's a good boy.
Yeah, what? Oh, Texas Rangers.
You Anthony Ross?
Yeah?
We'd like to come in.
Oh, sure. Annie, you and Jim take the dog in the back of the house and stay there.
Look at those suit boxes, Jace.
I see him.
What do you want to see me about?
We can start with those boxes on the table. What's in them?
I don't know. Just a couple of packages. That's all. They ain't mine.
You better open them up, Jace.
Yeah.
No. Wait a minute. I tell you, they ain't mine. You got no right to...
This search warrant says we have.
Search warrant? Now, look. Now, those things ain't stolen. They were rented.
Yeah. Couple of Santa suits, all right, Captain. And look, a button missing from the jacket of this one.
I don't know what this is all about. Why are you coming...
Maybe we can refresh your memory. The guard you slugged at the Panhandle Equity Bank isn't expected to live.
What?
Who was wearing the other suit, Ross? Who was your partner?
What are you guys doing to me? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking about the $63,000 stick-up you and somebody else pulled yesterday. And since you're about 5'10", I can tell you that your partner's about 6'3",
Rangers, you're making a mistake. I don't even know anything about a holdup.
The button missing from this suit was found in your getaway car, the one your partner drove.
It wasn't me. I tell you, I didn't even know what kind of costumes were in them boxes. They ain't mine.
And where'd you get them?
I picked them up at a couple of places yesterday morning.
You say you picked them up, and you're trying to tell us you don't know what's in the boxes.
I picked them up for somebody else.
They were rented out in your name.
The woman ordered them in my name.
What woman?
The one who hired me to pick them up.
That's a pretty phony story, Ross. Who was this woman you're talking about? What's her name?
I don't know. I don't even know.
You better come with us, Ross.
No. You got to listen to me. Please listen. You got to believe me. I was in town early yesterday morning. She come right up to me on the street. I was pulling my kid's old wagon along, trying to find some junk I might sell.
You sure you don't want to think this story over before you go any further?
She asked me if I wanted to earn $1 running a couple of errands. I said, sure. A buck could give my kids a meal for a change. She asked me my name and address, and I told her, and then she told me to wait while she went into a booth and made some phone calls. When she come out, she sent me to 2 different clubs, told me there'd be costumes and packages. She had them left in my name to avoid confusion, she said.
You didn't think that was funny?
Mister, all I could think about was earning that $1. She gave me money, deposit money for the costumes, and told me to come back and meet her with the stuff on that same corner.
Where were you at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
I was looking around for junk again for a couple hours after I delivered the packages, and I guess at 2 o'clock I was walking back home from town.
It was a long walk to here in this weather.
Cost of a bus ride will buy a loaf of bread for the kids you saw outside. Is that a crime? What's it to you if I walk my feet off to feed my kids?
All right, Ross. That was a nice act. But there's a big hole in it. You say you delivered the Santa Claus suits to a woman you didn't know. But you've still got them.
Yeah, I got them. They're going to mean a good Christmas. Yeah, but you're not going to believe what I tell you. The woman came here last night, drove up in a car, woke me up. She said she was leaving town in a hurry. They didn't have time to take the costumes back herself, and if I'd take them back, I could keep the deposits. $15 each. But you're not going to believe that, are you?
You better get your coat.
Will you give me a chance to ask one of the neighbors to watch out for my kids?
I'm afraid you'll be gone too long for that. I'm sorry, but we'll have to take him into the juvenile home.
Oh. I guess they'll get better care there than I've been able to give. I'd get my coat.
Ross, you been doing any painting around here?
Painting? This place looked like it ever saw paint.
What made you ask that, Jay?
I just noticed this inside the leg of this Santa Claus suit. Paint blob. Looks fresh.
Well, how come it's inside the leg, not outside?
I don't know. That's something we'll have to figure. This is the large size suit. Must have been worn by the big boy we're looking for. The captain and I did a job we hated, dropping the Ross kids off at the juvenile home. Sometimes it's the only thing to do. They cried for their father. Always make something inside you cry a little with them. We took Ross to the jail and locked him up.
Well, that seems to be it, Rangers. By the time he comes up for trial, he should be ready to name his accomplice. That is, if we don't find him before then.
I'd go along with that, Chief, if we'd found any money on him, or in the house, even a few dollars.
Kids got under your skin, huh, Jason?
They got under yours, too, Captain. You know it.
Yeah, but we got to remember, that bank guard has kids, too.
You got any late reports on him from the hospital?
Man stationed there says the operation is over. Don't know how it's going to come out yet, though.
You might as well go over there and check with the doctors, Jace. I got to get back to company headquarters.
Do me a favor, then. You're heading toward Austin. Take the Santa outfits with you and have them sent on to the lab. Get an analysis of that paint in the trousers. Maybe some traces in the boots, too.
Well, how come the boots?
Well, they may be going over regular shoes. I figured that paint stain on the inside of the pants came from a blob of paint on the shoe of the man who put them on.
I see. All right, Jace, you want to know the content of the paint and see if Lab can run down the source, is that it?
Yeah.
You were working up to some kind of a lead?
Maybe. A few things I'm trying to fit together. Maybe they won't fit. If they do, though, you'll hear from me. I went over to the hospital and checked with the doctors. But the outcome was still in doubt. The guard's wife was there, face twisted with worry and fear. There was nothing I could do to help, so I got some sleep. Then in the morning, I went back to see the police chief.
Oh, Ranger, I'm glad you dropped in. I just had a long-distance call from your lab headquarters at Austin. Report on that paint.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I wrote it all down. Paint is manufactured right here in town. Brand name is Light Glow.
Light Glow, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Can you get a list of local painting contractors who use it?
Well, I reckon just about all of them do. It's good paint, and this wouldn't hardly be Texas if we didn't deal with a local outfit, would it?
No, it wouldn't. Thanks a lot. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Over to the Panhandle Equity Bank. Mr. Peabody, do you know who painted this bank before you opened?
Well, there's a contract for the building. Included the painting. I guess that was done on a subcontract.
Can you find out from the contractor?
Sure, but you mind my asking why?
I told you the day of the robbery. Everything was too well planned. Like the men who did it knew the inside of the bank.
Yes, I remember you saying that. You think the painters may have?
That's what I think.
But why not some of the construction then?
I've got a reason for being interested in painters. Check it for me, will you? He checked. Contractor gave the name of the painters. 2 men, Eddie West and Martin Poggen. They'd been working the day of the robbery, he said, at a house on the north side of town. I went out to the house to see the owner.
Well, yes, Ranger. They worked here all day that day. I remember we heard the report of the robbery on the radio.
They were both here all day?
Yes.
Didn't even go out to eat?
Had their lunches with them.
Kind of smelly when the house gets painted. Most women usually get out of the way.
I wanted to watch them. So I was here every minute to see they didn't get sloppy. I like things neat.
I see. Well, thanks, ma'am. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Why are you asking about them, Ranger?
Nothing important. Not as long as you say they were here. Goodbye, ma'am. Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, then. Same to you, Ranger. Merry Christmas.
She was the alibi for Eddie West and Martin Poggen. She was too nervous about answering a few simple questions, nervous enough to make me wonder. I went back to the jail, got Anthony Ross out in my custody, and drove him to the north side of town. All right, get out, Ross. We're going in here for a minute.
Why? What are you trying to frame now?
I just want you to meet somebody.
Well, back again, Ranger. I thought we'd...
That's her. Ranger, that's the woman.
Who is he? Who is this man?
You ought to remember me, lady. My kids are in juvenile home on account of you, and I've been in jail.
I never saw you before in my whole life.
Tell him the truth. Tell him before...
Hold it, Ross.
Take it away from here. Go away, both of you.
Ranger, I got those costumes for her. For her.
You're a liar.
That word fits somebody all right. Can I come in and have a look around, ma'am?
What for? What do you want?
I want to check over the painting job to see if it's just new painting or if there's some new plaster under it someplace.
You can't come in. You have no right.
The boys you're alibying for must have come back here after they cracked the bank. Because you must have picked them up in your car after they ditched the one they're using.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wouldn't carry the money on them. Did they cover it up here, safe under fresh plaster and paint until it cools off?
No.
I can call for a search warrant and wait till the crew comes and tears this place apart. It'll go better for you if you don't try to cover it.
The money isn't here.
Well, come on. Where is it?
It's here, all right. In that wall. Behind the picture.
Come on, Ross. Now, which one's your boyfriend? Poggen or West?
Eddie. West. He said we'd get married. Go to Europe next year.
You'll all go someplace next year, but it won't be Europe. West about 6'3"?
Yes. How did you know?
I got an early Christmas present. Somebody sent me a crystal ball. As soon as I call the police and dig out that bank money, you're coming with us.
Ranger, I'm clear now, ain't I?
Looks that way, Ross, but you'll have to go back to jail for a while and be checked out by the local police. That won't take any longer than it'll take me to pick up Eddie West and Martin Poggin. I made my call, then took West's girlfriend and Anthony Ross back to jail. Poggin and West were playing it smart, working right up to Christmas Eve like a couple of house painters would be doing. I found out where they were working, a loft of a warehouse. Local police covered the building while I went in.
Eddie, who's that? Who can it? Probably the watchman.
Watch out for those paint cans.
Don't worry. I see him.
That ain't the watchman's boys, Eddie.
Come out of the shadows where we can see you.
I'm coming. But seeing me isn't going to make you happy.
It's the Texas Ranger. Shut up, Poggin. I got my gun.
Hi there, Ranger. Something you want?
Yeah. I want the two men who robbed the Panhandle Equity Bank.
Shut up.
What would we know about that, Ranger?
Come down off that scaffold and I'll tell you.
Okay. Mighty low way.
Too bad you aren't working in a place with a phone. Your girlfriend could have warned you earlier.
He knows I'll get him.
Keep your hands away.
I'm hurt. I'm bleeding.
I just missed you when you tried to dig for that gun in your pocket. You're not hurt.
We didn't do nothing, Ranger.
Somebody should have told you that the real Santa Claus gives. He doesn't take. Get up and try this present I've got for you. A pair of handcuffs.
Well, that winds it up for sure, Ranger. Didn't turn out too bad either. Just heard from the hospital. Guard passed the crisis. He's going to be all right.
And you couldn't have better news, Chief. Just in time, too. It's getting dark. Christmas Eve. You let Anthony Ross go?
Mm-hmm. About 10 minutes ago. He didn't seem too happy, though. Just like he didn't care. What with his kids in the juvenile home and everything. Judge mightn't even release him if he can't care for him.
Ross didn't have a dime. Not even bus fare. It'd take him a couple hours to walk home.
Oh, why didn't I think?
Well, maybe it's just as well that way. Let me call the judge. And Mr. Peabody, the bank vice president.
Mm-hmm.
Stores will be open late, won't they?
Sure. Why?
It'll take Ross a long time to get to his house. Maybe we can get some of your boys to help us and change his mind about Christmas. There's Ross. You hear him coming up the walk now?
Mm-hmm. Coming slow. His tail is dragging.
Yeah.
Not that I blame him.
Are the kids asleep?
Yeah. All bundled up in them new blankets. What? Ranger. And the chief. The lights. Lights. They're on. The power company turned them off.
Yeah. They sent a man out to turn them on again.
What? What's all this stuff? Ornaments. Christmas tree. All those toys and things.
Tomorrow's Christmas, Ross. For you and your kids. They're in the bedroom asleep.
My kids. You brought my kids back to me. Yes, and there's plenty of grub in the kitchen.
And you've got a job. Starting next week at the Panhandle Equity Bank. Just go in and see Mr. Peabody after the holiday. Meanwhile, he sent you a little cash in this envelope. Sort of a Christmas bonus. Just like the rest of the employees get. Well, we have to be going. Merry Christmas.
Yep. Merry Christmas, Ross. Merry Christmas, fellas. Merry Christmas. And God bless you.
Thanks.
God bless you.
On behalf of all of us on Tales of the Texas Rangers, this is Joel McRae wishing you a very Merry Christmas.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joe McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Shepard Menken, Jim Nusser, Virginia Gregg, Victor Rodman, and Byron Kane. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcock, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday means music on NBC, and for your Christmas night listening pleasure tomorrow, the voice of Firestone presents soprano Eleanor Stever in a thrilling selection of Christmas melodies. Next, Jack Parr calls a Marine veteran in Japan on NBC.